All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Wednesday to you. Hump day. That's what we say here in the United States. So, welcome to the middle of the week for some of you. And I'm excited, as always, to see what messages we have coming through from Spirit this evening. Before we jump into all of that, though, we do like to come back to this moment. So, if you'd like to join me, we're going to take a big, deep breath in. And we'll hold it for as long as we feel comfortable, and then a slow exhale out. That's the key, is the slow exhale out, because that helps us just slow life down, bring us back to this moment. Then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more love energy as well. So stay tuned for that. And let's dive in. So if you want to join me in doing the deep breath, let's do that. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. Just calms down so fast. Then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do that, just imagine that beautiful love energy that's in the middle of our soul just emanate out into our mind and all our thoughts, our beliefs, our stories, into our heart and all of our emotions, into our physical bodies, into all of our bloodstream, our muscles, our organs, every cell of our body, and then out into our energetic part of our body, our chakra system. We have an energetic meridian system that runs through our bodies, goes to the outside aura, and then fills us up, flows out to the outside world, and let it do what it wants to do out there, not trying to control it, but letting it fill every place of power in, of leadership in the world, and letting those positions be filled with unconditional love energy, not trying to oust anyone or cause harm or anything like that, just to have that love energy feel the seat of those authorities, to help move their hearts, to help raise that vibration. So that is what we'll do. And of course, what we can do to help raise our love vibration any moment is think of just one tiny little thing that we're grateful for, that immediately sparks our higher vibrational energy, just starts taking us to match that higher level, opens us up to receive messages from spirit, and it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So always a win-win, win-win-win when we step into gratitude, sincere gratitude. So that's what we'll do. So here we go. We'll hit it 3 times, like I said. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Such beautiful energies. My goodness. So we'll put her back here so she can watch over us. So hello, hello, everyone. So happy to have you here. And boy, some great energy going on today. Um, we'll get into some Pluto retrograde energy that started today. So we'll talk a little bit about that just briefly before we dive in to all the readings. So if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. So welcome. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. I always say thank God because I like to laugh and we have such a lovely time. Huge, huge laughter, huge love going on. So thank you for being here, all my Zen friends. And there's for you new people, there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. It's a safe space, high vibration, and like I said, we full of love. So welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, all that information's down in the description area of the video. Um, Donations do get first priority. We'll dive into those. If you want to make a donation, it talks about how in the description area, including my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. You can use the super chat at the bottom. I don't have any set dollar amounts. And free readings, we do complete some every session, if not all. Usually it's all. But we do donations and all those first. At the end of each stream, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. I know we're fancy here. So you could always come back and find your name, click on it. It takes you right to your reading, but that's posted after the session ends. Um, so again, all the details are down in the description area. So if you have any questions, just let us know and we will answer you as well. Um, I think the only other thing is I do have a podcast, a free podcast called The Easier Path. So if you're looking for some guidance on how to make this human path easier, it can be easy. I can't see human life in its with our fear-based little inner child ever being easy, but we can make it easier. So be sure to check out that link, and the link to all my podcasts is down in the description area. If you click on my name, it does go to the my main page, and the podcast is listed up top, as well as some other previous podcasts and Zen bites and different things like that too. So enjoy. All that stuff is free. I think that's the main thing that I had to do there, but I did note here on my little handy dandy. I love this little daily planetary guide by Llewellyn. I get it every year. Not affiliated with it at all, but they do tell you all the planet interactions and different things like that. So um, today the Pluto went retrograde officially, fully at 11:34 a.m. Eastern time. So it's been there for a little bit. And just a quick thing on retrogrades. So, especially Pluto, which is way the heck out there, right? Um, it it starts slowing and goes into its pre-shadow months before. So it started slowing down and actually went and starts to enter its pre-shadow period before it goes fully retrograde, which you start to feel the impacts the closer you get to the retrograde. So back on, I think it was January 12th is when it started to slow and started to head into its retrograde, preparing for it, and it's going to be retrograde today all the way through October 15th, so over 5 months. And then it'll be in its post shadow, which the further we get away from October 15th, the less impactful the retrogrades are. So um probably by I didn't have next year's little planetary information to see when it stopped. I was looking at it earlier, so I didn't get to see, but it'll be through the end of the year that we'll be feeling this. So what is it? It really when I was researching the impact of this specific Pluto retrograde, because it squares Aquarius and its opposite sign Leo, Taurus and its opposing sign Scorpio, all the fixed signs will be extra impacted by these, or it'll influence our lives. The impact, of course, is always up to us, right? But so it intensifies a collective but internal and psychological transformation for us, forcing a review of power dynamics of all kinds, can be also governmental and people in authority, right? Technology, Aquarius rules over technology, and social structures, which also is Aquarius. And then, of course, with this Pluto, the planet of death and resurrection, it prompts us with personal, more profound evolution. So we're going to have a few, we're tired of internal reflection. Well, I'm sorry, here we go again. But rather than, and it mentions, of course, rather than external events, this specific retrograde drives inward, asking you to face hidden truths and also break down outdated personal structures. That's what Aquarius does. It shakes and rattles the cages. So here we go. We're going to have some exciting things happening because when we change on the inside, our outside world changes. So we're going to be seeing some world changes here in the next 5, 6 months. Thank God, right? So that is what we have regarding that energy. So I just want to make sure everyone was aware. We're entering another wonderful, reflective, pointing us inward. So if you feel that, at least you know where it's coming from. So, da da da. All right, well, let's dive in here. Let's do some shout outs here. Make sure my list is all updated, right, Chelsea? I'm so tired already. It's like, we'll get used to this internal reflection sometime, right? Yeah, yeah, I hear you. All right. So let's take a look here. We have Chelsea, of course. Hello, Chelsea. Good to see you. You probably have a question up above. I'll add it when I get there. And we got Jojo in the house. Oh, I know. Hello. Good to see you. So Leslie, please advise what is next. And that is your question, right? Whoops. Let's scroll up here. I'll add that on too because I did get your donation. I'm not sure if you got my reply. I did reply through the Square. Square does take a little bit, like 47 cents or something like that. So Venmo and Cash App are the only two that don't take a portion of my donation at this time. So I'm grateful for all donations, and they all need to make money, to they can't do everything for free. So I appreciate it. um, yours, Jojo, was about the weird dream. Um, wow. Yeah, it did disappear, didn't it? Um, I grabbed it earlier though. So I did get that on there, from earlier. Yeah, the weird dream, I have that. Um, I wouldn't say PayPal is my favorite, but between YouTube that takes a third of donations, PayPal takes a lesser amount than that because I know you're overseas, so you don't have access probably to Cash App and Venmo. So PayPal is a great option between the two. So thank you for considering that. I appreciate that. And Val, I'll let you know where we're at here eventually. Once I get the list all together, I'll announce it before I get started. But I think you might be like eighth or somewhere around there. Just eyeballing it with my eyeball. All right, let's take a look here. We'll continue here. So I do have yours, Jojo. And and then Chelsea, here is your question. We'll get you on the free list here. There's your two-part. I'll put all that together as one. All right. And then softly me. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Leslie, you say I'm so organized. Oh, you have no idea. But I love that. It's my Capricorn rising, very organized, and Aquarius too a little bit. But I feel like it's more my Capricorn like structure very much. So thank you for recognizing that. My boss that I used to work for, she was so organized. And she told me, and she'd come to my office for our one-on-ones, and she'd be like, I'm organized, but you scare me. So maybe I learned to be not so structured. So that's good. All right. And then we got Betty Joe. Hey, Betty Joe. Hi. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Whoops. Here we go. And Olivier Vagara. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on, whoops, the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. We got Sav. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. All right. And then May Wayne. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's get you on the free list here. Yeah, absolutely. And then okay, so we have Val. We'll get you on the donations here. Scroll up here. And Val, I'm assuming you want a general reading just to make sure. Just to confirm, not to assume, but just to confirm. All right. So we did that, and I think I might have everyone else. Yep. So I got Cat Mia. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Got you on the free list. Blueberry, little waving hand. I got you on the list here. We do have Wild Wandering. I got you on the donations. So thank you for that. And we have Ascending Universal Butterfly. Hello. Thank you so much for your wonderful things you post of as always in the chat, reminding the thumbs up. I'll thank everyone here when we do our cheers before we get started. I love you want a message from the unicorn realm. So I'm excited to connect with them this evening. We've got Maria P in the house. I got you on the free reading list here. Lotus of Serendipity, we have you. Hello, hello. Got you on the free list. And Essence of Ethereal Serenity. I love these names. You guys have such wonderful names and screen names here. So thank you. I got you on the free list. Good to see you. And we've got Sudeshna Ghosh on the donation list. So I got you on there. You're probably sleeping right now. Good morning. Okay. And Swaroop Bobby and Minnie Hill from earlier today. So your guys were all saved there. I'm not sure why yours disappeared, Jojo, but maybe because you were like the first from early, but I do jump on throughout the day and grab it. That's why I was able to grab that. Yes. Thank you, Marissa. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Yes, I do have your 3 donations. So let me replace your name with your correct one, your correct ID here. Yep, so I've got you on the donation list. And I think, is that everyone? All right, softly. Yeah, we'll figure out here what's going on, see what spirit has for you here in a little bit. And let me see, make sure I didn't. All right, I think I've got everyone here. Let me just check my emails, make sure they're all working. And we are. All right. So for the donation list, Jojo will be up first, then Leslie, then Sudeshna, and then Marissa for 2, and then Wilder Wandering, and then back to Marissa, and then Val. So Val, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, you're number 8. And of course, as always, if anyone has to leave and can't hang out for their reading, we do have, I do post a pinned comment after the session listing all the timestamps. So you can always find your readings quickie lickety split in comparison to searching through a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sometimes 7 hour session. So I'm so grateful to YouTube that they provide that. So, all right, let's take a sip here, and we will dive in. Thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, and it does help get my channel out there. So that's one free way that you can give me some love, show my channel some love, and I'm very grateful for that. So cheers, cheers, everybody, and we'll dive in. Yum, yum. I got some toasted coconut coffee with hazelnut zero sugar creamer. It's so good. Oh my god. Like I usually say, it's like liquid cake. That's the way I like my coffee. Maybe it's not so much the coffee I like as much as the creamer, but I do drink coffee black sometimes. Oh yeah. And so tonight, we're gonna use the Enchanted Tarot, um, or Faraxa, which means enchanted in German, I believe. I think I looked it up one time. So we're going to use that deck this evening. If your donations total $5 or more, or are $5 or more, you get a fortune cookie from the Oracle of the Rift Walker. It's like all this mysterious shaman kind of energy tonight. And then for all donations, um, for less than that amount, you'll get a Whispering Woods little oracle for your dessert, for your fortune cookie. So that is what we have. So we will dive in here. Hey, Maria Scorpio, good to see you. We will get you on the free list here as well. Whisper, whisper. All right. So we will dive in. So Jojo, you are up first, my dear. Thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So why did you have that weird dream? You had two weird dreams, but you mean the second one with the blonde woman stepping on you. You felt it through sleep even. Wow. So let's take a look here. Present. I like it. Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. And you're in that shake it up, baby, now twist it, shout. That's funny. All right, let's see what this is about here. How funny that at the bottom of the deck you have a blonde-haired woman stepping on a stone as she transforms here. The Eight of Water, which is an energy of like walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore. So it has to do with, and the core underneath the surface, there's some sort of emotional release that's helping with transformation here. So we'll see what this is. Your first three cards are why. Why did you have this dream? Yeah, you have the Ace of Pentacles. Again, kind of a blondish haired person here. A new beginning. Let's see what else you had here. Got the Six of Fire. Well, that one's a redhead. So the Six of Wands, which is be a new opportunity to be seen and to stand out. And the Seven of Fire. Yeah, the Seven of Wands, which again is like a sun shining bright, being seen, standing out. And so this blonde woman, we'll find out if it's a specific person here, but I feel like this has to do with something where you felt you had to dim your light before, where you had to shrink and not be yourself. And these are some emotions that are demanding to be seen. Maybe even something where you felt stepped on, literally, emotionally, in a way. And this is about, no, I deserve to be seen, not to be suppressed and stepped on, not pushed down. So that's interesting there, whether it's someone from the past, a teacher, or if your mother's a blonde. Is your mother blonde haired? No. Was she wearing a wig? Did she dye her hair? I don't know. But I feel like this we'll see here more about the blonde. I feel like it's a representation, of something. They're like a safer representation than the actual, um, violators of the crime, if that makes sense. Let's see what this else it says here. Yeah, we do have the 3 of swords. So here's that blonde-haired person, expectations equal disappointment, so heartbreak and disappointment energy. I do feel like with this Pluto going into Aquarius that I talked about at the beginning of the sesh here today, that you are being I mean, there's been this bubbling up with Scorpio full moon energy already taking us into that, but now here Pluto goes full it's been going retrograde. It's entered its official ta-da! And so you do have a lot of this bubbling up, energy that's coming in here, but it is about you feeling suppressed. Yeah. We have the Tower card. It does feel here this goes back to an opportunity from the past that someone kind of ripped away from you. Like, it would be like the example I have in my head, and this doesn't have to be it, but it's the energy around it. Like, you got, "Yeah, you can go. You can be in this play. You can be in this thing. You're gonna be on stage." And then a parent goes, "No, you can't. I don't you can't do that right now." "What?" It's like this, and then squash kind of energy because it's suddenly ripped away and you feel like this opportunity, this happy moment was just pop the balloon, kind of energy. So whatever this is, it's this bubbling up. Yeah, and they had the world card underneath that, which was a significant end of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. I like this that you, in a way, released this. I feel like it was at this time that you were like, well, I'm not going to depend on anyone else to support me. I got to support myself. And I feel like this was a big transformational time where you felt I got to do everything on my own, especially when it comes to recognition and celebration and being in your own corner kind of energy coming in here. And I feel like that was a big transformational thing, but I feel like it's coming up because there's something about if I have a belief I can't trust people on the outside to support me, I'll keep people's support away. And there's a good balance between the 2 where, yeah, we turn inward and upward for our foundation of our support, but we can also allow other people to support us. We just don't base our foundation of our worth on it. It's above and beyond extra. So I can allow it because if they take it away, I don't know, no harm, no foul because I didn't need it anyway. Whereas before, the pain that's at the core of whatever this is what was ready to be, it's ready to be released. This would go back to like 7 years old and younger, 8 years old and younger kind of energy if that resonates for you. Because you have the 9 of earth. Yeah, here's the 9 of pentacles, that feeling of being alone, um, in the physical world, because that's I said with spirit. And I feel like you turned inward and upward, and that's where your spiritual development a lot came from. Because you're like, I can't trust the outside world, but inside, you found wonderful support through adventure in the spiritual realm and the inner realm. So there is a benefit to it all. And we wanted that to happen. But now with the Ace of Swords, it's time to see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and to help our inner child, you know, we can be that support to our that inner child who didn't have that a whole lot from people when you were younger. So I feel like that is kind of where this is coming from here. In fact, the other dream might even have some of the same roots to it because I feel like they were presenting it in a variety of different ways. You might even see it in the outside world through some other people that, they are having disappointment because that's when we start to deal with it. It'll come up in our dream world, and then we'll see it out in the peripherals, the outside world, and then they'll bring that thing up to us and go, "Here's that thing, and here's the root," and then we can be freed from it. So I like it. So that is what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, with the Whispering Woods. Let's see what we got here. All right. So what else for JoJo? Right. This one here. All right. Wow. I like it. Forbearance, which says, let's see if I get it to focus. It says, do not be deterred by the thorn amidst the roses. I like it. Do not be deterred by the thorn amidst the roses. So interesting, right? So that is what they have for you, Jojo. Hopefully that resonates. You can sit with that, see what comes up, but that is seems to be the foundation. So many blessings, my friend. Enjoy this Pluto energy in retrograde in Aquarius. Cheers, cheers. You're very welcome. Sleep well. All right. So Leslie, you are up. So thank you for your donation that was through the square. So thank you for that. And please advise what is next. All right. Let's take a look here. So based on current energies, what do they want you to know? What can we know about what is next? What's the most important thing right now? Got that and that. These. That and that. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Four of Wands. Four of Wands energy is a joy, a celebration, joyful gathering kind of energy that's coming in. Sometimes it's the marriage card, but this feels more about a focus on celebrating the moments is an important underlying energy as things are unfolding, because the things that we're joyful toward and grateful for, we draw those in. So I feel like it's an important underlying energy below the surface. Just remember your joy. The first two cards that came out together, oh wow, let's cover that up. We got the Four of Cups, another stabilizing energy, with the Two of Earth. So the Two of Pentacles, which is there is like this choice to make here in the future coming up, and you have two physical choices in the outside world, like two directions to choose between, or two individuals, but it's two significant, um, you know, individual circumstances or people that you have to choose in between to see which route you want to go. The Four of Cups, and with that Four of Fire, the joy and it's like choose, remember your joy and choose from a place of joy with stable emotion. And because I feel like will be what the mind wants, the other will be what the heart wants. And the heart will bring you something that feels alive. The mind will bring you something that feels like existing. So I feel like that's an important energy that's coming up. What else? You have the Seven of Water, the Seven of Cups. So there is quite a bit of emotional energies that are coming through. And so this is a good reminder there's no wrong emotion. There's just lower vibration, higher vibration. If we have a lower vibration, feel it. If we feel our emotions, we go through them in 90 seconds. If we stuff them down, they'll loop and we'll keep on feeling it over and over and over again, because we're like, no, 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 but we're still kind of getting splashed by the emotional waters. We're still getting wet with those emotions. We're just prolonging the water. It's like swimming upstream and you get a mouthful of water instead of just flowing with the stream. We'll get to the end of the emotions faster. Underneath that, you do have the night of water. Yeah, movement of emotion. Something about music will help soothe the emotional moments. Be aware of the music you're choosing, and because the emotional energy behind the music will help either flow through it or um, amplify some emotion that you're not wanting to feel, right? Because I know sometimes if I'm feeling down, I'll watch a movie or listen to music that just let's go. If we're gonna go, let's just go into it, and then we'll cry and it'll flow, and then we're done instead of stuffing it and it playing over and over again, right? So I like that awareness here. The importance to feel your emotions, and then when there's a place of calm, then make the choice from the heart, not when it's in a helter skelter, when the emotions balance after we feel them. Breathe and go, okay, mind, you want this, but heart, what do you want? You want this? All right, we'll look at that, right? And then you have four cards that came out together. You've got the Knight of Air. So the quest about seeing things from a higher perspective. You got the Temperance. So this is something that it's been slowly unfolding, and sometimes it may not have felt as we're getting to this choice point that there's been movement, but there has been movement and it's coming to a head soon to make the decision. Yep, we have the Nine of Swords along with the Star card. This does have to do with a mental dream come true and the fears we had around it. All this air energy, the Knight of Air, the Star is Aquarius air energy, and the Nine of Air, Nine of Swords. So, kind of this nightmare and insomnia energy, fears around our dream come true. And it's the slowness with this Temperance card, they're saying has been happening so that you can let go of some old beliefs that don't serve anymore that needed to be dropped before you got to this decision point. So now that's what's coming next here. That's what's next is this decision point, but things have been being, you've been questioning thoughts and beliefs. You've been experiencing situations to bring up that challenge to let go of a belief. And now you're going to be ready to make this decision from a different perspective than you would have 3 months ago, definitely 6 months ago, or 9 months ago, or a year ago. So you've been releasing a lot over this last year. That's coming up. Yeah. And you have the Ace of Earth. Here's that new opportunity that's gonna be showing itself that with we talk about, like, our expectations, our thoughts, our beliefs, our mindsets, they kind of form like, how a horse has the little blinders? They can't see what's over here, so they don't get scared. It's to help limit their vision so we can control them, right? But our mind, when we get all those and we're, in that kind of focus, we miss what's over here. And this is an opportunity that our fears have kept us from seeing. But as you've been now, this coming up, you will be able to see where you wouldn't have been able to see it a year ago. So I like this new opportunity that's coming up here. Yeah, it's going to bring you a great amount of abundance. The 10 of Earth, 10 of Pentacles. So whatever this is a relationship, abundance, fullness. It can be an emotional relationship of some kind. It can be a job, education, some sort of situation that you've been wanting, or even your body, your bank account. It can be ching, 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 whatever this is, which you will know what it is because you've been working on it for a year. You're like, hallelujah, here comes the golden opportunity from all the work that you've been putting in. So here comes this. We can choose the old ramp and do what we've always done and end up with what we've always got, or there's that new option that you wasn't an option before. Our mind, when we're just stuck in our mind, it will tell us, one choice, that's all you got. When we are able to connect with our heart and step outside of the mind, we're like, "Oh, nope, there's another choice." It's almost like, I don't know why they're showing me a computer program where, you know, whenever there's like a button that's grayed out, you're like, why is that grayed out? Why can't I click on it? It's like, we're not able to yet. But now the button is clickable, if that makes sense. So hopefully that resonates for you. Let's see. You get one of the Oracle of the Rift Walker. So thank you so much for your donation. And whenever it's $5 or more, everyone will get one of these. So the Oracle of the Rift Walker. What else do they have here for you? So this one here. I even love these side of the cards. Just so beautiful. But you got the one who waits in silence. The one who waits in silence. Card number 8. Not all guides speak. Some simply stay, watching, waiting, and remembering. Ooh, let's see what this adds in here. So the invocation says, I was with you when the veil closed. I stood watch at every threshold. I wait not to rush you, but to remind you, you have never been alone. Wow. The message, this card represents a silent guide, guardian, or ancestral presence, one who does not intrude, but is always near. You may feel them as a presence in dreams, in stillness, or in moments of deep emotional truth. They do not speak in words, they speak in signs and synchronicities. Their silence is not abandonment, it is devotion. They are the keeper of memory, of soul vows, of everything you forgot when you crossed into this life. So when this card appears, ask yourself, let's see, you have 3 questions. 1, who or what do I sense when I'm utterly still? 2, is there a voice within me I've mistaken for my own that may be older? She said, wow, daddy. And then 3, what have I sensed but never named? Some great reflection questions. So this guide may be a soul companion from another incarnation, or the keeper of a vow you once made, waiting to be fulfilled or dissolved. Their silence often masks a great love, a waiting rooted in soul recognition. They will not force the meeting, but they will always keep the light on. I love that. I like whenever a card has a shadow, I like reading it in case any of it resonates. I like to focus on the higher vibration of it, but the shadow appears because there's light, so that's okay. Says in shadow, this card may signal spiritual loneliness or a fear that no one truly sees or understands you. You may be ignoring intuitive nudges because they come too softly, or expecting guidance to arrive loudly and missing what's already here. You're being asked to listen beneath the noise. I love that. And then lastly, 3 reflection questions. Who or what might be silently guiding me right now? What messages have I dismissed because they came without words? And third, am I willing to feel the presence of something older than I understand? Wow. Powerful, powerful, powerful cards. So I love that for you. So that is what they have for you, Leslie. Hopefully that helps in the moment. I'm excited for what's coming your way. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So let me take a sip here. We'll do a couple more shout outs. We'll jump back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up too. Help spread the Zen love, and you are part of the love tsunami. So thank you for that. Cheers, cheers. Yummy, yummy. All right. Let's see here. We had Gracie. Hello, Gracie. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. You're very welcome, Leslie. Thank you again for your donation. We've got Just Alice. Hey, Just Alice. We'll get you on the free list here as well. And Stormborn, thank you so much for your donation. Get you on the donation list here. And I'll give an update on where we're at on the donations here in a sec. And I think that was everyone else. Let me see here. Let me get this extra edit on here too. Okay, there we go. Roof. I don't know if you guys heard my host's black lab, Frankie. She's so cute. She's so talkative. All right. And then Ramiro Sales. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you on the donation list here too. And like I said, I'll give an update on where we're at. Let me just make sure nothing came in via the emails. Usually takes me a few to update it. All right. All right. So for donations, we up next we have Sudeshna, and then two for Marissa Smith, and then Wilder Wandering, and then back to Marissa Smith, and then to Val Footwork, and then Stormborn, and then Ramiro. You're F up after that, if I could talk. All right. So that's where we're at. We'll jump back in here. Hang in there softly, me. All right. So Sudeshna, you're at 4701. So here's your timestamp here. And so for Mamanta, she's your relative. Some people are trying to trouble her, defame her, false accusations, all that fun stuff. Can we check her upcoming time? Anything bad will happen with her, or any legal case, police case, anything else? All right. So let's see here. Based on current energies, what is coming up for her? Got that. What else? All right. I feel like they're just going to cover it all here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Swords. Four of Swords is an energy of peace of mind, letting go of, kind of the fears, kind of get out of the head a little bit, see things from a higher perspective. When people are in fear, they do stupid things. They make threats and do things, like a 2-year-old would do. And that's what happens. These other people that are, trying to defame and false accusations and whatever, da, 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 da. They're just acting childish because they're in fear. When we realize that, then instead of us going into fear, we can go into compassion and send love their way and not feed the situation with our own fears. But let's see what's coming in here. What does her time look like coming up here? Yeah, I've got the 9 of Cups, emotional dream come true energy. I feel like there's nothing's going to come of anything. On the bottom of it all, yeah, we got the Devil card, which is Capricorn Saturn energy, just the shaking and rattling of our life. Oh, everything always happens for us. And I know when we're in the midst of feeling like people are attacking us, it's difficult for our inner child to feel comfortable with that and realize, oh, this is happening for me. It's bringing up my triggers and my family too, right? Because everyone wants to protect her. And it's what fears are coming up in each of us. This situation is for us. It's a mirror showing us what we want to see about ourselves, right? So I don't feel like, I feel like they want to talk about the beginning and ending here. It's like everything feels peaceful in the end after the storm goes by, but the storms keep coming until we deal with the cause of the storm, which is something within us wanting to be reflected back so it can be released from us, right? We'll see what that is here with the 5 cards, the number of change coming in here. Yeah, we got the 3 of Fire, the 3 of Wands, being flexible with change, with new information, going a different way than we had originally planned to. So whatever the stuff that's coming up, it's like, well, maybe there's a different way to deal with this instead of, defensiveness. It's curiosity. What's going on? What's at the root of this? Are you guys okay? What's happening? We got the 10 of fire, the 10 of wands. Definitely teaches us because we can look at something as a burden with all those flames that we're carrying on our back here, or we can focus our energy on gratitude. So if I'm focusing on how people are acting that I don't want them to act that way, they're just going to act more like the lack energy, right? Because we're focusing on what someone's not doing. It's a great opportunity to focus on what do we love and are grateful for about these people that are, you know, um, trying to defame her, trying to trouble. Everything everyone is doing is an expression of their energy, right? So, when we realize what they're trying to do isn't to hurt Mamata, but to hurt themselves. It's a self punishment. Their inner child feels like they should be punished. And so they're punishing outward because that's the expression of their pain, right? So when we realize all their actions are not against Mamata, but really is an expression of their pain, then we can, do what we need to do to, legally or whatever, if we're trying to do things, we're going to focus our energy on the higher vibration. We'll get more relief from that than focusing on our fears. Got the 7 of water. Yep, the 7 of cups. So it's okay to feel the feels, feel the emotions, but try to remember as much as we can where we're focusing our energy. Yeah, we got the page of earth. All of this is to, point back here, and even with the 7 of swords, who's the deceiver, the liar, you know, that energy, we're like, yeah, that's them, that's them. What through fingers pointing back at us. It's our story, our thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that cheat us out of things. Like what stood out is they're trying to defame her. Well, everyone has an opinion in the outside world. We can't control that. The only way I can be defamed is if I defame myself, because that's I get to determine the story, right? And all of this is coming up to show the power of I control my story, I control my emotions, I control my physical choices, I control my energy. I can't control anyone else's. So instead of trying to send energy, out here and spend a lot of energy out here, I bring it all in here and realize, yeah, there's reasons why humans do what they do and out of fear and all that. But there's always a reason behind the scenes and underneath the surface, right? And I feel like that's kind of where spirit is guiding. But it just feels like this is happening for her to understand where her fears are and everyone else that's related that's having an impact by the situation. But the impact isn't happening in the outside world, it's all happening in here, right? Because that's where our experiences are. The outside world is meaningless until it gets in this little noggin. And then we create a whole stories around it. Oh God, they shouldn't be doing this, they shouldn't be doing that. And oh no, what's going to happen next, right? Because all our mind knows is this feels like this, and this is probably what's going to happen, right? So I saw this on a movie, right? Our mind can't tell the difference between movies and TV and seeing other people's lives and things that have happened. And when it thinks this feels familiar, it'll apply what happened in this person's situation or on TV or wherever, going, this is what's going to happen to us. Oh no. It's like, doesn't have to be, right? We are the power of our story. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for them here. Yeah. I like it. We got kindness. I know this is hard, but it says, take respite by a pond and be kind to yourself and others. So instead of defensiveness and acting like hissing cats with each other, it's all about being kind and loving, if possible, to the others as well. Because we'll get more peace talks with that, more battles with defensiveness, right? So Hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what we have, but it feels like it's just a growth experience, nothing big coming from it at this time. So hang in there. All right. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Oops, I need to give a love and a like here. Didn't do that up here. How rude. So give that a love and a like. All right. And we got Divine Soul in the house. Hey, Divine Soul, I got you on your free reading list here. So we will get to those eventually sometime this eve. All right. I think that is everything. So we'll dive back in and make another quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Okay, so for donations, we got 2 for Marissa coming up. And then we'll jump over to Wilder Wandering, then back to Marissa, and then Val, Stormborn, Ramiro is where we're at. Right. So, Marissa, thank you so much for your donations via Z PayPal. So, here is number 1. So, even though you're working on Mother's Day, I know, right? Will you have a good Mother's Day? All right. We'll take a look here. Based on current energies, just give these a couple shuffles here. There we go. So, how is your Mother's Day going to go? Let's see what they want to show you here, and I do it this one too. All right. Yeah, and it actually looks like 3, 2, 1 here as well. 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card is like a countdown to something. And the page of water, the page of cups on the bottom, is a card of like heightened emotional energy, which is happiness and joy. It's a positive card. So that being the underlying energy of your Mother's Day is very good. You had this card come up here. Yeah, you have the 7 of Pentacles. It feels like eventually it's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So I feel like when you get off of work, I feel like it's going to feel special there. Not to spoil any surprises or anything, but I do feel like it's going to be um, like after it's worth the wait kind of energy. Let's see what the 3, 2, 1 is here. You got the 3 of Earth, 3 of Pentacles. So there is a bit of let's gathering tribe. It feels like there's going to be a small get together, it seems. Got the 5 of Waters, 5 of Cups. I feel like it does transform your energy from feeling low to feeling uplifted at the end of it. Yeah. A wonderful feeling of a new beginning. This is the end of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure kind of energy that's coming in here. It feels creative. It feels 3 of Pentacles is like a collaboration. It just feels like some people come together and that just changes the emotional energy from feeling down to feeling uplifted and a fresh kind of a refreshingness that comes in with this. You also have the Knight of Pentacles and the Page of Air. So, slowest moving knight, kind of like that 7 of Pentacles, but it's the slowest moving knight. But the Page of Air does bring clarity. There is communication that comes in here. So I feel like something that's been taking a long time to come to fruition, that it feels like here it is. It feels like you see things differently. And there is like this aha that happens. But this feels like later in the day on Mother's Day. I don't know if you work like in the early morning and then you get off in the early evening or something. It's kind of what I'm feeling is what I'm seeing, but I feel like it's like, oh yeah. So it's worth the wait, and you do see things differently. And then it comes down to the 7 of Fire, 7 of Wands. Yeah, you feel like you stand out. It's like the sun, not asking permission to shine, not dimming your light, but you're being yourself. And I feel like you are kind of put up on a hill in a way here. It's like the sun. It's like, I feel like you are uplifted here some way, somehow on Mother's Day. Um, and you just feel kind of special with this being above, not feeling the need to defend. And I feel like if you go in it without no expectations and just celebrate what is, instead of, the more we have all these expectations of supposed to be, if they do all this and this doesn't happen, we still feel disappointed, right? Whereas if we have as little as expectations as possible and they do all this is mostly abundance. So when we let go and say, you know what? Whatever happens, happens. All I know is I'm going to choose to have a great day. And what everyone else does is above and beyond extra. If no one does anything, I'm going to have a great day anyway. I'm not going to allow my worth to be attached to or determined by anyone else's actions or non actions, their words or their silence. And I like that, though I do feel like that there will be celebration. All right. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie gave. Because yours all total more than $5. I will one of yours will be the Oracle of the Rift Walker, but they don't feel like that one's for it yet. So we'll see. Yeah. And you got your fortune cookie is renew. It's kind of like that full card, this refreshed, renewed feeling. Nature continuously renews itself year after year. I like it. All right. So that's for your first one. So thank you for that one. And then for number 2, we're at 101.57. So here's for these 2. Boom, boom. And for this one, you wanted to know all Sean's current feelings for you. All right, let's take a look here. So what are their current feelings for you? All right. Got this and this, 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 and want this. And I feel like this one. Don't feel like those. I do want that one too. All right. Bottom overall energy on the bottom of the deck, you have the 7 of Cups. So a wide variety of emotions, but some emotional confusion that comes in there too. Can be conflicted emotionally. And we'll get more details here. That's kind of just the underlying energy, right? So the first card you got here is the Knight of Water, Knight of Cups. We got that before. So there is some romance energy there, movement of the heart energy. Underneath that, we do have the 9 of Fire, the 9 of Wands, which is an energy of kind of like a block a little bit here. So they have emotions, they want to move on them, but they got something that's blocking them below the surface. There's this energy that's keeping them from going crazy with their emotions. They're controlled, we'll say. Got the 8 of Air, 8 of Swords. So they are thinking a lot about the supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, a lot of their own thoughts. And that makes sense that it's usually our brain that's holding our heart back, because our brain is like, no, no, no. You can't just go out there and express yourself. You get us in trouble all the time. So the mind tries to keep the overall being safe by keeping it constricted, literally, webbed up so it can't move like in a spider web. So I do feel like it's their mind, and they're trying to sort through things and trying to see what are these fears, what are these beliefs that make them feel that way. So what else we got here? And we got the Magician. So they're wanting to take action of some sort. Below that, we have the Knight of Air. Again, there's this quest for clarity. So on either side of this 8 of Swords, 8 of Air, with the mummy wrapped up in spiders, you got the Knight of Water, wanting to, move emotion and wanting to take action. But below the surface, we've got this mind, this restriction, energy that's happening here. So they do got that bubbling below the surface. Let's see what these last 3 cards are. Yep, we have the 10 of Swords. One of their biggest things here is we've talked about this before, I feel. They don't like restriction. They don't wanna feel like a caged lion with a lot of expectations, supposed to be's, need to be's, that when anyone starts to, like, bring up what they're not doing and what about your intentions, where's this going, define our relationship, and they're, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah," that makes them wanna go in the other direction because they're like, "Oh, I see the cage walls coming in now, and I don't wanna be caged." So I start to retract, right? They got the Queen of Fire. And I think we talked about this a bit before too. They tend to share their feelings and what's below the surface. If the mind won't let them express through the heart and through emotion, then it kind of forces it to find a new way out, which is through passion, which is through motion, but not emotion, activities, um, physical and energetic and passionate attraction and expression, right? So I feel like that's what, we need to know about how they express themselves, right? That's all they're able to do. Yeah, because the 5 of water, the 5 of cups is sorrow and low vibration emotion energy, which is their what they're trying to keep themselves from and also keep themselves from feeling responsible for because of other people's emotional choices that, when they feel like they disappoint others, they blame themselves for everyone else's sorrow, which again probably goes back to their childhood when they were blamed by um, individuals, but strong female energies. You're the reason why I'm crying kind of energy, right? I don't feel like your fortune cookie. I feel like your last one will be from the Rift Walker, so we'll grab that one when we get to that one. But for this one, let's see what we have here. Yeah, uncertainty. Wow, what a perfect card here. That's kind of the energy that we're talking about with them, right? The shades of gray within the fog will eventually lift. So if you give it time, don't rush into anything, you know, look at someone's actions, not their words, I feel is important right now. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. That is what they have for number 2. We'll circle back to number 3 here after Wilder Wanderings here, which will be up next. Right. Let me just do a couple quick, take a look at these. All right. So Maria P, thank you so much. I see your dual donations via Z PayPal. So I'll get you on the donation list here. That's right. Take another sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. I'm so thirsty today. All right. So, Wilder Wandering, you are up 108.28. So, here is your time stamp. So, advice for your date with E. All right, let's take a look here. So, what does Spirit want you to know for your most exciting, productive date possible? So, let's take a look here. Oh, yeah. And I think yours is up here. Come on. All right, mouse, why are you being difficult? There it is. So let's give your donation a love and a like there. All right. So bottom of the deck. Ooh. Well, you got the Knight of Fire, Knight of Wands. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Which is a lot of attraction energy is there. A lot of energetic and physical attraction is there. So that's good to know that below the surface there's this energy that's happening. So what else? Advice. You got the Elder of Air, which is the King of Swords, and the Six of Fire, the Six of Wands. Yeah, that's that, mutual energetic draw of that fire energy, right? There's the Six of Wands. It feels victorious. It feels like, wow. But the Elder of Air, it is like an energy. I mean, it's not only just, I know, oh boy, it's not only the mental energy, the king, but all kings get a second portion of that. So great conversation, I feel like happens, and it's also the master storytellers that you get to decide what things mean and you get to put your boundaries as well. So just know that, you're the one in control of your story unfolding in your life, and that, we can sometimes, get into the, well, I want to be who I think they want me to be so they'll like me. It's like, no, create your own story. Allow yourself to be in that moment. Allow yourself to create, what you were wanting, not feel like you have to go by what's supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be. Because the more we focus on, well, this is what the date should have, and we have all these expectations, we will focus on what didn't happen instead of gratitude for everything we loved about it. So, whatever choice we choose to focus on is the experience that we will create. So, we can make a list of, going into it, going, what do I love about what's happening here? Oh, I love this. I love this. I love that. Not, oh, they shouldn't have done that, or they didn't do that. And this should have been that, not that. Cause that just creates lack, lack, lack. And that's what sucks the life out of relationships and everything, really. So I feel like they're saying here, create a story of gratitude, and it'll be big. Yeah, and authenticity is a great foundation, right? I like that. You also have the Queen of Earth, Queen of Pentacles. So Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurture yourself. And I feel like this is important. It's like go to have a good time, go enjoy yourself, go to be curious about who the person is, but let the Queen of Pentacles is about, abundance in the outside world, but she has cups behind the scenes. All queens do have an extra cup of water, of emotion. And like get out of your head and into your heart. Allow you to enjoy this. Below the surface of that, you do have the five of water, five of cups, power of emotional choice energy, and the six of air. Yeah, the six of swords. Get out of the old ways of thinking, look at things from a higher perspective, takes things from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like there's so much about this going on this date. If we go on in a mindset like, it's not supposed to go any particular way. I'm just going for a curious adventure with no expectations. I'm just going to see, I'm going to celebrate each moment. I'm going to have a blast. When we go in with an adventure like that, full of life and energy, then we have a blast. Who cares what anyone else is thinking? Everyone's going to have their own opinions, their own choices. You can't control that. We can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher or lower vibrational choices. But the biggest thing we can do is just fill up and overflow with our joy and gratitude and fun, energy that is our true essence. And that makes it easier for everyone to choose. And if they don't choose, that's their own damn fault. I'm going to have a blast no matter what. If they didn't, oh well. I'm not your mama. I can't control you. You have to be happy. They have to choose to be happy, and you have to choose to be happy. They can't make you happy. You can't make them happy. You can only make yourself happy. And I feel like that's what's coming in here. What else? You got the Judgment card. And what else is this other one here? And the Justice. You got Judgment and Justice. There is the Justice card is about, it's Libra, relationship energy. And there is this with the Judgment card, it's like your higher self pulling you to see things from a different perspective, pulling you out of the norm, pulling you away to see things differently. And the Justice card is also that of questioning all these supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's that we're all taught growing up, all this stuff that suck the life again out of a situation because we're focusing on it didn't happen the way it's supposed to. It's happened, it unfolded perfectly. We can either see that or we can pick it apart, right? And when we see it from a higher perspective, from a place of freedom, of no expectations, of gratitude. Again, this is like, look at it in a different way, when it comes in with that. So I like that. Below those, you have the 10 of water. Whoops, hold on. Okay. Making sure there wasn't nudity on here. So we got the 10 of cups coming in here, which is joy overflowing, um, relationship energy. You got the 4 of wands, joy, joy, joy card. I'm sorry, that's 4 of wands. I don't know why I saw 4 of wands, but it is joy. But the 4 of cups is an energy of emotional stagnancy, in that we don't wanna do what we've always done and get what we've always gotten. There's this wonderful energy here of, yeah, that stuff is it just stable. I'm looking for something that takes me to a higher place emotionally, but that starts in here, and then we fill up and overflow. That's what brings us that feeling of joy and overflowing. So I like this for you. I feel like great possibilities to have a great time, or to nitpick it apart and um, suck the life out of it and kill it. The power you have for yourself, of course. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, but I like that advice. Sounds like a wonderful, no pressure, not fearing, not nervous. Just, I'm going to go have a great time and be curious. Who is this person? And what kind of fun experiences can I have, right? Try not to kill it. Yeah, I like it. Here, your fortune cookie is let go. That says, enjoy the pulsing light of the firefly, but don't hold on too tight. Squish. Oops, sorry. Hit my microphone. Squish. Don't squish the firefly. Just go, oh, wow. Look at what a wonderful, like, look at it with wonder, not try to hold on to it and squish it to death. Right. I like that advice too. So thank you so much again for your donation. I appreciate that. I know, isn't that perfect? I love how when Spirit has me pick a particular deck, because I have all these are filled, all those bins back there. I know, whoa, careful now. You're so funny. All right. So many blessings to you. Have a great date. All right. So Betty Joe, hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you added on to the donation list here. Let me get both of your comments there. And let's see here. All right, and then we'll keep you on the free list for your question about your future husband as well. Just want to make sure they weren't the same here. Oh, I didn't grab your name. Come on. There it is. All right. So I think I've got everyone. So we'll continue down here. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. All right. So, Marissa, we're back for number 3 for you. So thank you again for your multiple donations via Z PayPal. And you want to know, why hasn't Alshon left April yet? All right. Let's see what we got here. So what can we know about this situation? Okay. Thank you. Got that. Those and those. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. The bottom of the deck, the overall energy for the reading, we do have the 4 of Cups. 4 of Cups. It's an interesting energy because it follows the 3 of Cups, which can be third party energy, right? And I feel like this, what is the stability energy of, he doesn't like to burn bridges. He kind of just drifts away slowly, and goes into another relationship and then slowly drifts out of that one to the next one and slowly drifts out. He doesn't cut because he wants to maintain the connections with like the 4 cups so that he can keep going back, keep going back, keep going back, keep going back, and people keep accepting him back. And then until one doesn't anymore, then he replaces that and it's a new relationship, and then he just adds another one in. Just feels like there's 4 individuals that he keeps just maybe it's spring, summer, winter, fall. Um, but I feel like that's why he hasn't completely left April, but he's slowly stepping away, and that's the way he kinda has rolled, it feels like. Yeah, and then we got this from that last one, the 8 of air, 8 of swords. He is questioning some of his, those are the thoughts, those beliefs, his fears that are coming up here. So he's doing a lot of thinking. It's, um, again, if he senses there's going to be something that tries to constrict him, then he won't, move into something. He'll, move away from it. Yeah, Elder of Air. Got the Knight of Swords, not the Knight, the King of Swords. So there's a lot of that's underneath the surface. Is doing a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, a lot of communicating, a lot of planning, plotting, um, figuring, things out. Um, so I feel like that's why he hasn't left totally yet because he's not sure you will take him back for now and is going the other because if you won't, then he'll go on to the next one, right? Because there's 4. So if someone goes, no, 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 he'll bypass to the next one and then eventually leave the other one once he knows he has an in at the next location. You know, it's like a spider creating a web. They once they get the other one connected, then they'll cut the cord somewhere else, but it's a slow movement. It's not a quick one. Yeah, we got the moon. There's a lot of hidden things below the surface with the moon. A lot of they do hide a lot of things, which I know you've known for a very long time, right? No secret, right? But they keep secrets. They keep everyone in the dark. Um, and this isn't like they're not trying to intentionally hurt people. This is just what they've learned to do to try to fulfill themselves because they haven't looked inward and upward yet to find their self-love. So this is how they've worked out. This is how I can at least survive, not thrive, but at least I can survive what- keeping doing this cycle that I do. Then there's 5 cards here that came out. We do have the 3 of air, the fear of heartache, fear of disappointment, fear of disappointing others. They do, like I said, they don't want to burn a bridge. They just want to slowly back away. And then there's a little bit of a pain, but because they feel like they do it slowly, they feel like they don't really hurt people so much because he distanced himself. Yeah. The magician, look at that one year too, until they're ready to take action on the and they know, like we talk about, they know that they're able to move forward. They don't leave the other. Got the Elder of Earth, the King of Pentacles. I want to make sure they have somewhere to go before they uh, shut out where they're at now, right? Knight of Pentacles. Here's that slow energy. Yeah. And with the world card. So that's all confirming it for me. The Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight out of them all. So it's taking my time. And then the world is to end something to begin something new. I take my time till I know that I already have somewhere to go for sure. And when they're not sure, then they kind of pause. They kind of just slow everything down. So Interesting energy. But just know, of course, with all of that, because of course, if I'm in love with someone, I might be like, oh, well, then if I let them come and live with me, they'll stay with me then and they'll leave everyone else. No, just for a while. And then they'll back away as they move into someone else. You'll be April next, right? If you take them back, you'll be April. Not in April, but in what? July, August, 3, 4 months later. It's like that's how they do it every season, 3 months or 4 months. So, it's good to be aware of patterns. Even think about, um, yeah, you've been April 5 years ago, right? So when you look at the patterns and you're like, "Wait a minute, how many times has this happened?" It's like, "Oh, wow." When we sit back and it's hard when we care and we love for someone and are attracted to someone, right? Because see through the eyes of love and lust. We don't see clearly, right? Yeah, you're fully aware of who he is, right? And if we go in with our eyes open, if it's like, well, we'll give it a try. Sometimes we do, it's like, I know this is probably going to be the outcome, but I'd rather try and it happen than try and always wonder. I mean, not try and always wonder. And then there won't be another try after that because I'll be like, nope, I see it. Right. Yeah. So that's our adventure. No judgment, from spirit, or me or, humans judge until you've lived it yourself. Then you're like, I get it. And I'm not going to judge anyone. So for your fortune cookie here, you get from the Oracle of the Rift Walker. Well, Sire of the Mountains. Oops, card number 31, which says ancient strength, unwavering presence, and sacred protector. Ooh, let's see what this is here. So the invocation says, I am the stone you cannot move, the voice of the wind that shapes the peaks. Timeless, patient, and resolute, I hold the world on my shoulders. The meaning of the card is Sire of the Mountains channels the divine masculine as a pillar of strength, wisdom, and grounded authority. He embodies the mature masculine energy that protects, nurtures, and leads with integrity and patience. I'll read these other things because this is good reflection for you and for me and for anyone else that resonates with. But I feel like they're talking about I think we talked about that there's someone in your future that comes your way, and this kind of King of Pentacles energy, I feel is what you desire and what is down the road with someone who is capable of giving that to you. So I like that. It's good to know that you have a safety net going, well, I know if and maybe when this doesn't work out, you're like, I know I've got something amazing coming down the road. So I'm going to learn through this experience, you know, at least, at the very least, I'm going to learn through this experience. And at the very most, if it ends, I have this amazing opportunity that comes my way. So this card encourages you to, there's 5 things. Embody your highest masculine self, strong yet compassionate. Stand firm in your values, anchoring yourself like the mountain's footing. Carry your responsibilities with dignity and humility. Guard the sacred, your boundaries, your community, and your inner truth, and draw on ancient wisdom to guide your present and your future. The shadow side of the card, um, rigidity or authoritarianism, emotional distance or unavailability, carrying burdens without seeking support, and using strength to control rather than protect. Reflection questions, there's 4. How do I balance strength with compassion? Where am I called to lead with wisdom and patience? What sacred legacies am I nurturing? And how can I embody the divine masculine in my daily life? Because, of course, we all have divine masculine, divine feminine. So I like that strength that comes in here for you there because you do have it and you know it. Like you said, I'm fully aware who this dude is, and we'll see. We'll see how much I put up with for how long, right? So I like that for you. So that is what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I appreciate you so much and enjoy your adventure. Fun, fun, fun. All right. And then we had Sarah. Sarah, hey, Sarah. Good to see you. Hello. Thank you for the reading gift. Thank you so much for the extra tip donation there. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It was a great reading and I really enjoyed that. So thank you so much again for purchasing a private reading. And I'm thankful. Thank you. Oh my gosh. So grateful. You're so generous. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you again for all the thumbs up, all your love and support. And I'm just so glad to have us all on this journey together because it'd be boring by ourselves, right? All right. So who we have? We have Val up next. Val, are you here? Val, Val. So Val will be up next. No glasses. So Val will be up next, and then Stormborn, and then Ramiro, and then two for Maria P, and then Betty Joe. You'll be up after that. So Val, you are up. 131:46 is your timestamp there, Val. And I do believe you asked for a general reading. So let's see what Spirit has here for you. Oops. Don't think I gave it. There it is. Let's give it a love and a like there. So is it warming up there in the north yet there, Val? Is it still chilly? We had actually snow today. Yeah, May 6th. Sometimes we get snow showers even in late May, but we had probably our last snow shower today. It's already all melting, but it was beautiful. All right. So, Val, let's see what we got here. What does Spirit want for you here? They do want that. Let's see these two. That one here. So I do want that one. These three. All right. So let's see what we've got happening here. You do have on the bottom of the deck, don't freak out about it. It is the Tower card. It's one of the cards that can be scary for a lot of people until we realize everything always unfolds for us, right? When a tower gets destroyed, it means something or someone is being moved out of our life to make the space for something even more amazing, something in alignment with our energy, where we want to go. It blows things, obstacles out of the way that we might not even realize was an obstacle, but something is being removed out of your life to allow you this forward movement and to have something um, grow in its place. Let's see if they'll tell us more about what this is. Wow, yeah. I mean, it definitely allows you with the magician card to really step forward into something. And this Knight of Fire is action and movement energy. You know, we've got, of course, the year of the fire horse is what we moved into in the Chinese zodiac or that zodiac. And this is about movement, it is about action. But with this energy, it's one of the big things with the magician is before they cast their spell, before they send energy somewhere, they're like, where am I wanting this energy to go? I'm not just going to create energy and then just go have it poop out somewhere. It's like, I don't know where it wanted to go. What's happening? But when I'm like, I know what I want, and this is kind of like you're identifying there's something that you really want, but this other thing was like sucking up so much of your energy that now that it gets moved out of the way, you're like, well, here we go. I now have the space and the energy to do this. because this other thing has moved out of the way. So I like it for you, though it can feel a little like, "What?" But I feel like it's, "Yeah, here we go." And, yeah, you have the 3 of Earth, the 3 of Pentacles. This is something about you being true to your authentic self, you creating something, and it's a harvest kind of like Empress energy, but it's like you are able to create something that's unique, that's you, and not regurgitating or trying to duplicate what someone else is doing. This is this thing being removed out, and you're like, so now I'm going to create this thing to replace it, and it's going to be unlike anything anyone else has seen, very unique. And I like this, whatever this is that's being removed, or whether it's some sort of program or a job or something. But I feel like it's more work and dream related than it is like relationship, or that this feels like this is my baby I want to create, something that I've always wanted to do. Like, imagine the person who did, like, Muppets on Ice, that was like a, "What? Oh my god, no one's ever done that before," but I feel like it's you're wanting to create something unique on ice maybe, because I know that's your joy, that's your passion. I can just see that. And then you have the Chariot. Yeah, here's a movement and action energy again, victory energy. Power of choice energy. Underneath that, yeah, you do have the Empress. I love it. So here's what we were talking about. There is this the choice of what do I want to create? My power of my mind, my power of my heart, the power of my action, the power of my passion. That you can create something if you, and this is such an opportunity that's opening up for you to do this. What is that dream that you've been wanting to do? You know, like, they had Disney on Ice, like Aladdin, that was something, it's kind of like, they had Sesame Street on ice, they had Disney on ice, they had these other things, but what is it? What is it that you wanna create, right? I love this. Yeah, what is your dream come true? Got the star card. What is this inspiration? What is your true north? What is it that you wanna create? I feel like there's this opportunity coming up where it's like, not never, but now or later, you know? And it's like, why not now? What are we waiting for? For us to die? Well, things need to get better. It's like having a child. Is there ever a perfect time to have a child? Well, I don't have any, but I've heard it said, no, no matter how much planning you do, you're never going to be totally prepared. So just birth and shoot from the hip, right? That's easy for me to say. But you got these 3 cards underneath. Yeah, you got the Page of Water, something that brings you joy, something that is like an expression of your heart. You got the 6 of Air, yeah, leaving old ways of thinking behind, allows you to see things differently, different story that allows you to go from choppy waters to calmer waters. So there's this beautiful, energy that comes in here, right? And then Queen of Fire. Yeah, Queen of Wands. I love this. I feel like you get this before because the Queen of Wands is a very powerful energy. Whatever she puts her mind to, get out of her way because she will make it happen because that's her focus. Her ability to really um, make things happen, like I said. And also, she's very intuitive, very connected to the spirit world. So if you're having trouble at any point along the way, you can also ask spirit, "Hey, can you give me some inspiration? I'm trying to do this, but I just don't know what it is." And then you open your mind and boom, here comes some ideas from the outside world or things, inspiration dropped inside your head, whatever. But I love this, and it is abundant with this Empress energy. So I like that for you, Val. Hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie is opportunities. I like it. Here they come, which says unfurl like a fern, even without warm sunlight. I love it. Unfurl, let yourself be seen. So I like that for you, Val. So many blessings to you. And Jojo, hey Jojo, YouTube, don't delete my question, please. You're like, I'll do that. Thank you. Delete, delete. Who do you think you are? Right. Oh, Jojo, thank you so much for your extra donation that came in here. Thank you. I'll get you on the donation list here as well. And as soon as your question post, I'll grab that. So in case they delete it, I'll make sure I have it again. All right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So up next we have Stormborn and then Ramiro, two for Maria P, Betty Joe, and then Jojo. You'll be up after that. All right. So Stormborn, hello, hello. We got you at 140.46. So thank you for your donation. Let's get up here and give that a love and a like there. All right. So, based on your current energies, will you be able to balance work and do schoolwork? All right. All right. Got this and this and this and that and that and that. All right. And these two and that one. Jojo. You're funny. What's great with all this Stormborn, they're reminding me, my God, when I moved here, back here from Texas, way back in the 90s, there's this, I think I had a day job Monday through Thursday, and then I worked evenings several nights a week at a retail store, and then I worked at a dog kennel on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I was working like 7 days a week, and most days I would go from one job to another. Just because when I first moved back, it was like trying to get all the money, trying to catch up with move money and all that kind of stuff, and I was amazed I was able to keep everything up and running and doing everything else, and then when I eventually got where I could just have one job, I don't know, it felt like I had less time, and they're showing me that, when you need to balance and get things done, boy, can you just really right? And so I love that. I love that because they're saying here, that's them saying you can handle it. Let's get cards to match that story that they just brought up. You got the 9 of Pentacles, abundance energy. Yeah, I know, right? Also have 3 kids. Yeah, at the time, oh, it was my mom, me, my sister-in-law, and their twin children sharing an apartment. I slept on a mattress in the living room floor till their house was ready, and then they were gonna move out. And, you know, it's like all amongst all of the chaos, it was just like in this pocket of amazingness. But it shows that you have the ability here to do it with the 9 of Pentacles. That's like abundance in the physical world. Let's see what else they have here for you. Yeah, and the 9 of Water too. Emotional dream come true. It's like when you're living your dream, then it just unfolds, right? Below the surface, you got the 6 of Air, 6 of Swords. Yeah, when we leave behind our old ways of thinking, look at things from a higher perspective, it moves us from choppy waters to calmer waters, right? So if it's like, "Oh my god, there's no way I can do this," you're right. If you're like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna make this happen," you're right. That's the energy of this is you can have your dream come true, but if it's not your dream and it feels like something you have to do, then you'll wake up going, "Oh, crap." But if you wake up going, "I get to live my dream today," then it's nothing can stop us, right? So I like this. Let's see what else we got here. You got the 6 of Fire, another victory card with the 6 of Wands. Below that, You do have the 2 of air. Yep, the power of story. Again, it's like the 6 of swords here. Whatever story I put to something is what my brain will support. If I feel like I'm not gonna have enough time, my brain will show me the proof that I'm not. If I'm like, "You know what? I have done so much before, I can handle this," psh, psh, you know, I like it. You have the Knight of Water. Yeah, when you're following your heart, it's different, right? And the Eight of Earth. Yeah, you put the blood, the sweat, the tears in, you get the reward. It's a transformation. It's a beautiful, um again, when you're following your heart, then you don't mind putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. But, when you're doing it for other, like, it's what you think you're supposed to do. Yeah, so is it your dream? Is going to school? Is that something that's like, "Oh, this is my dream. I wanna do this," or it's something you think you're supposed to do? Because that's someone else's dream. Supposed to is an expectation, which is the mind trying to live up to what other people would think we're supposed to do. But when it's our dream, when it's our heart, when we're like, I want to do this, I want to get this degree, I want to be able to do this, this is what I'm, excited to go do and experience. That's our dream. That's what they mean by that. So we'll look at that. And then you have a couple more cards here. Hey, Val, welcome back. Here's your timestamp, my dear. Hell rain. Oh, jeez. Yay. Well, at least if it's raining, there's no forest fires, right? Fingers crossed. All right. And that's what else you got here. Yeah, you got the chariot, you got the strength. So they're saying it's up to you, power of choice. If you do, there's action, there's movement, there's victory. And the strength card, they're saying, yeah, you do have the strength to be able to balance it all and to do it. Um, Underneath that, you do have the Hierophant too, which is the student teacher energy. So underneath all this, as long as you're doing what you're wanting to do, not because you feel it's, "Oh, this is what I should do." That's what sucks the life out of us, right? When we wake up going, "Ah, crap, I gotta go live my dream today." Then that's not us living our dream. That's, other people, living, we're trying to live someone else's dream or someone else's opinion instead of our own. But when we're doing what we did, because I wanted to move back from, like, we were living in Texas, and I wanted to move back to Colorado because I never wanted to leave when we moved to Texas in the first place. But 16 years later, I'm like, "I'm moving back." And I'm like, "I will do whatever it takes to move back." And because I was back where I wanted to be, I didn't mind working 3 jobs and having no life besides the life I created at work, wherever I was at work. And then when I wasn't at work, I was either paying bills or going to sleep, doing the chores. And then so it was beautiful. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here, Stormborn. And you've got clearing, make room for growth. I love that. So I like this because it basically is, and it's so true that, like, I didn't watch TV. I didn't I didn't do you clear things out of your life going, I prioritized my life. These were the things that were most important. I wanted to eat, wanted to pay rent, wanted to have gas. I'm gonna work, work, work. And then the other stuff will come later because this was most important to me. I cleared out that space for the things that were truly important to me, not what everyone else says were important. So you make space for you and what you is important to you. So I like that for you, Stormborn. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Oh, hang in there softly with me. I know it's gonna be a while before we get to you on the free readings there. If you want us to get it to it sooner, a donation of any kind, we can move you up into the donations. Otherwise, it's going to be probably a couple hours. So hang in there, my dear. All right. What? Wow. I know, right? Footwork. All right. So that is what we got there. And Jojo, if they deleted your question, I don't see another question. Just so you know. All right. Let me take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. So up next, we do have Ramiro, 15030 is your timestamp. So Ramiro, thank you so much. And we'll give yours a love and a like here. All right. Thanks, Jojo. Get you on the list there. All right. So Ramiro, anything you need to know for May? All right. Let's take a look here. See what we got going on here. So anything you need to know for May. Oh, they don't want those. They do want those. And this one. They do want that one. These three. That one. All right. So bottom of the deck. Wow. I like that you have the 10 of cups on the bottom here. This is a great amount of joy energy. It's one of the big emotional cards. So relationship energy. We'll see if this is a relationship read as we dive deeper in here. But I do feel like you have a great amount of joy in the month of May. And especially, excuse me, if the more you focus in on your joy and celebration and higher vibration, the more you draw in too. So I like that. I feel like there is that awareness that you'll have joy in May. How much of it depends on where your focus is. But I feel like you're going to have joy at a basic level at the very least, and you can have great joy if your focus is in on celebrating the things that you are grateful for. It just expands, 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 and expands more. These two cards came out together. You got the Elder of Earth, the King of Pentacles, which is a great amount of abundance and fullness, one of the big abundance cards. And you have the Devil card. In this case, they're really bringing in strongly the Saturn Capricorn energy, which has to do with work. The Capricorn rules over the 10th house of work. So that's why that energy comes in here. And feels like a big abundance work-wise, job-wise, career-wise. It just feels like fullness. And so the more you're grateful about what's going on in your work life or career, then the more comes in. And the more you're grateful for that, the more comes in. And the more you're grateful for that, the more it comes in. So I love that. So what else we got here? You've got the Judgment card, which is like a calling kind of card. And you have the Knight of Cups. With these coming out together, there is this, are you doing what you love? Is your heart drawing you somewhere? Are you being pulled? Like you feel like someone's grabbed a hold of your soul and it's drawing you somewhere? Because this does talk about following your heart, following that pull. It's like you're getting a calling, one of the purposes, one of the things you really wanted to experience here, and you're being pulled and drawn toward it. And again, with this career energy, this might be kind of related more that direction. But whatever resonates for you, of course, whatever you feel like, oh my God, I do feel this pull towards this, towards a person, towards a situation, towards a career field, towards a location, moving somewhere even, can be any of that. It's funny because as I looked at the back of the cards, it looked like a bunch of planes flying around. And then you got the 10 of Earth. So again, 10 of Pentacles is an abundance in the outside world. The 8 of Earth is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and you get the reward, all this Pentacles energy. And the Ace of Cups, I just feel like it's drawing you towards it'd be like a new love, but I don't, unless this really resonates going, oh my God, yeah, I'm so drawn to this person. That's my life right now, is like, I can't not think about this person, wanting to go live near him and blah, blah, blah. It can be that if that's that. But I feel like this is more it just feels more job and career where you're getting abundance, you're getting this, and then you're like, and then I am able to pursue something that makes my heart sing. Like you're able to start a side hustle that is your dream come true, that eventually you would love to replace that, replace your current job and career with that. This is my life. This is what I want. But now with this abundance, with this fulfillment, with this stability in this job, I can start doing this kind of energy. And underneath that, yeah, you got the Page of Earth. Again, another abundance card, and it is taking something to a new level in the outside world, which is I feel like the underlying energy is maybe you already do have something that you're pursuing kind of as a hobby or as an interest. And they're like, yeah, once you get this other stabilization that comes in here in May, you can start looking at expanding whatever this, your true dream come true, this, hobby that you love to do that you could turn into income, and that it could eventually replace your income um, in time. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these cards back in here into the deck. So with the Whispering Woods, all right, here we go. You've got learn. Yeah, even if you have to go back to school or something or expand your knowledge around this thing, take a lesson from the owls. Who? You. No, it doesn't say that. Deeply observe the night and you'll become a little wiser in the day. I like that. Maybe it's even studying at night or going to night school if that's something. But I feel like that's what's coming in. Hopefully that helps, Ramiro. Many blessings to you. All right. So for donations, we do have 2 for Maria P coming up next, and then Betty Joe, and then Jojo after that. All right. So Maria P, we got 15706 here for you. You're welcome, Ramiro. Exciting times. All right, let's see here. Is this your first one, Maria? Yes, here's your first one. All right. So, thank you for your dual donations via the PayPal. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Nope, none of those. Thoughts and feelings towards you today. There it is. All right. And then he seems very upset and stressed today at work. What's coming for you guys tomorrow? Hints on what he's getting. I know. Happy early birthday to you. Andrew's intentions towards you and what's coming for you at work this month. Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, it feels very, this is a movement energy, rolls over all 4 horses. It's a victory. It's a movement kind of energy. So I like this. I'm feeling a lot of fire, action energy towards the relationship and towards you in a positive way. I do feel like he's thinking about major big choices inside, um, not making any decisions, but thinking about choices. Yeah, right. So he seemed very upset and stressed at work. We got the sun. Yeah, there's a bright light coming on here. I feel like this is telling me that there's like an audit or some sort of, you know, annual thing where they review records, they look at your progress, blah 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 at work, and I feel like there's a lot of stress about, meeting up to the goals, meeting up to the requirements, etc., and a lot of pressure. Um before summer, they do they work at a school, right? Because I feel like there's summer energies also, like, we gotta get all this done, and we gotta get summer school updated and ready. It just feels like that kind of energy that's coming there. So I feel like that's it. What's coming for you guys tomorrow? Knight of Earth, Knight of Pentacles. It's a slow moving. I feel like maybe it doesn't move as fast as you want it to, um, but it feels like there is movement of things. I feel like it just doesn't like, you might be feeling a little rushed that you want it. "I wanna get to this," and it's like, I feel like this is a kind of a suggestion from spirit. Just enjoy each moment and each step. Because before I know it, the night's over, and then you rush to get to the end of it, and boom, boom, and then it's over, and then you're like, "Oh, well, that was fun. Happy birthday to me," you know? But I feel like I know your birthday's this weekend. Isn't it on Mother's Day? Right? But I feel like it's like enjoy the moments kind of energy. Hints on what he's getting you. 6 of Earth, 6 of Pentacles. Something very balanced. I feel like, um, I'm not sure what this bird energy is. This raven and these hummingbirds are really standing out to me. But the hummingbird feeder is what's really there's not one on here, but they're bringing it, like, right here to my face, so something sweet. Not something sweet to eat, but it's, like, something very sweet that you'll go, "Oh, that's so sweet." I like that. But I feel like it's a secret, so they want it to be a surprise. Andrew's intentions towards you. You got the Elder of Water, which is the King of Cups. It's this balance between head and heart. It's also this very compatible person, which I know you guys are like best friends, right? But I feel like their intentions are to balance their head and their heart. I think we got that last time we asked that. They're attracted to you. They've got, the emotional energy, but they're like, no, no, psh, psh, psh. The mind keeps things balanced, going, we're not going there. We're just going to stay friends. What's coming for you at work this month? You got the star card, hope energy that's coming in here. I feel like we got that a little while ago too. But this hope energy, it feels like it's clarifying here for the month is what is your dream come true? So I do feel like they're um, kind of focusing in on that. All right. So let's see here what your fortune cookie says here. Yeah, I like it. So you had that big thing was the Knight of Pentacles. You got patience. Oh, I know. Everything can be accomplished at nature's pace. So enjoy the adventure as you go along. Right. So that's what they have for that one for you. And then for number 2, we got 20250 for your second one here. All right. So for this one, you want to know what's going on at work. So what's going on at work? Wally told me he went to the board meeting and they didn't select the person taking the role you applied. He said something happened. Right. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today. Dr. Laura's. Dr. David's. And a message from Spirit. All right. So what's going on at work here? Yeah, we got the Ace of Wands. The Ace of Fire, the Ace of Wands. It's about a new, it's not a passion, but it's a new spark. It's a new inspiration, new ideas. But it's not like new mental idea because fire is like someone's got a new fire on their butt about doing something different. And so I feel like they went through all this and then someone has a new inspiration of what if we look at doing da 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 da, and they're like, well, that would have been good to know like before we started this whole process. But I feel like they're, doing this energy, doing this, kind of different switch kind of energy. So I feel like there has been a change, but I don't feel like they've decided what it is yet. I feel like they kinda just went like, "Wait a minute, let's do something different here." Interesting. Um, he said, let's see, Dr. Bob, Dr. Lord. Yeah, so these are these. So I feel like that is kind of what they're looking at here as well. So, and Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today. Yeah, we had the Tower card here. Tower card energy here. This isn't, a bad thing. They're not looking at, we need to fire you. It's not that at all. I feel like, this is, um, this looking at what spaces are open that they can move you into. I think like Dr. Bob is like, he feels like I can get you to move into this other direction. Or I can, when we're thinking about this kind of reorg kind of energy that feels like it's going on here with this Ace of Wands, that um there's this pocket of space because that's what the Tower card is. Something's removed that makes space for something else for you to move into or for something different to come into your life. So I do feel like that's kind of what they're thinking. Dr. Laura's thoughts on you today. Got the Seven of Earth, Seven of Pentacles, kind of a little bit of energy. It is one of the slow, whatever grows on. I mean, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. There's a little bit of this energy of when the fruits, we get the fruits of some things, we're like, I don't know if we want to do this stuff anymore. Maybe we want to do something else. And so I do feel like with both of them, it kind of feels like there's this energy, like they're talking a lot about that they want to move they want to move some people around. And this is her thinking, well, I originally thought I wanted you to go that route, but I think I really like this. I feel like they're talking about individual people about what they want to do with kind of this reorg that's in here. And then Dr. David, the hanged man. Yeah, transformation. Again, moving from a caterpillar to a butterfly. So I feel like they're also in this mindset that there's room for growth for you to move you to something to help you grow and that you're able to do it too. So it does feel all this energy kind of feels all together like something has spawned a reorg requirement within the organization. I feel like something is happening that either they're taking on another group or they're like clearing something out as well. Um, where there's some sort of big change happening. And I feel like someone's inspiration of like, oh, because this happened now, that changes everything. And they're like, all right, well, let's see what do we want to do now, kind of energy. A message from spirit for you. Yep, three of fire, three of wands. This is all about with new information, choosing to go a different route, going a different path, and not to be afraid to choose to go do something that's inspiring, something that, is in an area. So when we're talking all about this job and work and everything, it's like, yeah, there's all this stuff going on, but I feel like they're reverting back to that. What is it, that there's this, I want to go, to this direction. I want to go over this way, really understanding that. So I feel like that is what they have for you for that one. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. We will circle back around for your free reading eventually. Yeah. Do a cleanse. Wash your weary spirit clean and take a walk in the wooded glades. I feel like there is a little bit of, especially because this is all about kind of work. It's like take a big deep breath, step back, step out of the situation, go for a walk in the park or in close to nature where you're safe, don't go hunting bears or anything, but you take a deep breath, you ground yourself, you step back at everything, and then in that quietness, you go, what is it that I want to do with my life? Like, what's my career? Do I want to head and do? Right. So I feel like that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your dual donations. Many blessings to you. All right, so we got Betty Joe up next, and then JoJo. We have a couple shout outs to do here. So we'll do that here. Let me see here. Take some timestamps. So we've got Moonlight in the house. Hey, Moonlight. Thank you for your donation. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. And here is your question. You wonder. All right. We'll get that on here. I'll give an update where we're at here in a sec. And then we got Lauren of the Light. Hey, Lauren. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. I do see that here. What's going on here? All your picks are up. He ran out to go to the gym. He's crazy about you. What's going on? Maybe did he knock his head and he finally is doing that? So here's your questions. Let me get those on the list here. Oh, yeah. Of course. Couldn't keep his hands off you. He's got your handwritten notes everywhere. Oh, cute. All right, and then JoJo, I'll get you on the free list here too. Whoops. Try that again here. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we definitely record it always. You'll have your timestamp too, is in the pinned comment, so if he comes home. Yep, I get you. I get you. You're so funny. He's going to the gym. You're like, never mind. Let's say, I can be your workout. Whoa. You're like, already did that. All right. Anyway, let's focus. So I think I'm caught up here with everyone here. So we got Betty Joe up next, then JoJo, then Moonlight, Summer, and then Lauren. You'll be up after that. All righty. So let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for your senses of humor and all your love. Cheers. I know. Whoa. Hey, it's still been less than a week from a full moon. Cheers. What on earth? Okay. So Betty Joe, 2 12 50. I know, right? All right. So Betty Joe. Oh, and I think your donation's up here. Let's give that a love and a like. It sure is. All right. So, Betty Joe, you said your cards said that you have a new opportunity coming through in terms of a connection. The energy felt different from the current energy of your existing connection. Is it the same person but with a different energy, or is it a completely new person you haven't met? Yeah. Ooh, exciting. We'll do that here. All right. So let's take a look here. What is this energy? Is it a new person or is it a kind of upgraded transformed individual? We'll find out here. What else do we need to know here? All right. Whoa, sorry, knocking the microphone around. All right. Let's see what we got here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Elder of Water. Now, the Elder of Water is the King of Cups in the Standard Tarot. And the King of Cups is an energy of a beautiful, balanced person between head and heart that just feels like someone who just fits like a glove, matches your energy so well. So, whoever this is, it's that energy you're feeling below the surface is this pull, that things are gonna click into place, whether it's a new person or the existing one, which we'll find out in a sec here, but it is like this, it's the compatible partner energy. So I like that. All right. So tell us, is it someone new? We got the Four of Earth, the Four of Pentacles. This is someone that feels like home when you're around them. Um, so that doesn't tell us if it's new, or I feel like they're kind of building the suspense here. I'm like, come on. But it does, and it almost feels like the combination of these two cards, the King of Cups and this Four Pentacles, feels like past life connection, like this underlying draw, this comfortability that you just I can't explain it. It's I'm gonna talk to this person about things I wouldn't have talked to anyone else about. And it's just there's this comfort level, this safety, this knowingness that comes in with all this too. You got the Five of Fire, the Five of Wands, and the Sun card. So there is a bit with this Five of Wands. It is a transformation of fire energy, Wands energy, with the sun shining bright and bringing in a lot of clarity. I'm like, can we know if it is this? They're like, just go with the story. All right, I will. I'm with you though. Come on. But there is this bright light, this transformation of energy. In fact, I feel like whoever this person is, again, there's this great amount of energy when you guys are together that it's like it almost feels like the beginning is a bit conflicting, but in a bantering, flirty, you can feel the tension, the tension of the draw to one another, where you're kind of back and forth with with each other a little bit in the beginning. So I don't know if this with your current connection, if this is if that happened, because I feel like if this other one is gonna start off a little bit of like, "Oh, well, but da 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 da," and you're like, "Oh, they were a little bit not snippety, but a little and you were back and they're like, "Oh, someone who stands up that shares themselves, their fire," and you both like each other's fire, and it would be like a friend walking by going, "Why don't you just get a room?" Because they can tell that the little bantering isn't meant in a lower vibrational way, it's meant in a flirty way, and people are just like, "Oh?" And I kinda like that because I feel like you both need fire. You don't need someone that just goes along and bows to, whatever, that you both stand up in a respectful, like I said, sassy way with each other, but it's like "Oh, I like that," kind of energy that's coming in. Is this you, Betsy? Is that I mean, not Betsy, Betty. Is that you, Betty Joe? Um, now you got the Emperor and the Three of Pentacles. So this is this energy, again, where you just feel like you can be true to your authentic self. With the Three of Pentacles. We got more cards here. I feel like they're like the last card's gonna tell us. I'm like, "Come on, why are you drawing this out?" But I feel like it's important for you to know this story because I feel like you're going, "Yeah, is this what this person is, or is this what I really, really want in my heart?" My head might say I want something else, but my heart says I want different, right? Because the Emperor here, you know, um is an Aries energy, again, fire energy, but it's I get to decide. I get out of my head and I get into my heart. I decide what I want. And the Three of Pentacles is I can be true to my authentic self. I don't have to, try to be who I think someone else wants me to be. I'm just going to be me. And they're like, I love who you are. Please don't stop being sassy. I like that. All right, let's see. So, yeah, right, Chelsea. It's like Dun, dun, dun. Wait. All right, let's see what we have down here. So you got the 4 of air, the 4 of swords. This person does feel unexpected. 4 of swords is a way is resting our minds, getting out of our head. Kinda like that, um, emperor card, the 4 monarchs or the council monarchs is the emperor. I clear the throne room, get out of my head, get into my heart, and then it's like, yeah, this is all good for my, my head, but my heart, I wanna go this direction. So I feel like this is unexpected. They're not on the list. So this is kind of gearing towards I feel like this is someone unexpected. You got the 6 of water, the 6 of cups. Yeah, past life connection energy for sure. So if with your current person, you didn't feel like they were glowing in the dark and had a rainbow shooting out of their butt, that's how I explain when you meet someone from a that you have a lot of past life connections. That's how it kind of feels. It's that comfort level we talked about in the beginning, this feeling of being at home and this comfortability and this, you know, just like this draw of like, "Why am I so drawn to you?" kind of energy. And then the last card, dun, dun, dun. Ooh, the 2 of air, the 2 of swords. So that does tell it. Like we called it because the 2 of swords is like standing at a, fork in the road, and you can go this way or this way. So there's 2 individuals. So there is the old, and this is the battle between the head and the heart, where the head goes, "Well, this is the person that kinda meets the criteria that the mind thinks it's supposed to have." And then there's the heart going, "Who be that over there?" And that's who I feel this is. So I do feel like it's someone new, and you're able to see the difference of, well, yeah, this feels like I'm existing and feels like, well, they check all the boxes or a lot of the boxes. But when I go over to this one, wow, right? You feel like you're living kind of energy. It feels like this person fits like a glove. So I like that. Even underneath the King of Cups was the High Priestess, which for me is another one of those past life connection energies where they feel, like that. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I feel yeah. I don't know. I feel like I feel like you're gonna have this choice energy coming up though with that 2 of swords because I knew before I didn't see any of the cards, so I was like, "Oh, the last card's gonna tell me if it's someone." Otherwise, I'd have gotten a different type of card on there, but when you have the choice between 2, I do feel like it'll be someone new. Yeah, and it could be, but based on current energies, it does feel like this. What you're feeling is someone new coming in. Yeah, I like it. It's like a wish come true, this other person. Make a wish with a dandelion in the wind. It's a wish come true. And that it makes sense because he turned off his heart to focus on his company. Wow, I was not first priority. Mm, right. That's a good lesson. How am I not first priority in my life? How am I not choosing me first, right? Because that when we get that reflected in the mirror, that's a good thing for us to look at and go, okay, I can change this up. I can look at this from a different point of view. But I do feel based on the cards, I know you're like, well, maybe it's them, but I feel that way with them. Just I would like kind of sit with all this and see really, do you really feel that way, right? Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, I kind of feel like you're gonna have a choice of someone new. So, that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. I know. All right. Then Melinda. Hey, Melinda, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. I'll get you on the list here. And if you're watching right now, did you want this to be in here reading, or did you want it to be a private reading? You can let me know. All right. So I don't think anyone else came in. Let me just make sure here. Oh, here is great. All right. Hey, Missy. I know I said Melinda. Missy. Good to see you. Chicka chicka bam bam. I know the shawarma. Did I tell you, hey friend, that I have now had shawarma? I know. I'm no longer a shawarma virgin. Um, there's a Greek place, or not a Greek, it's Middle Eastern restaurant, and my host brought some home, and I'm like, oh, it's so good. Now I understand why she wanted me to take it to her. All right. So we've got I know Jojo up next, and for number 2, and then we've got Moonlight after that, and then Lauren of Light, and then Missy, you'll be up after that, I believe. Yep. All right. So, Jojo, you got 2, 26, 26. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. So, thank you for so much for your donation via Z PayPal. And you wanted to know, why were the coworkers so mean where I worked on that day? All right, let me take a glass of this coffee here. Cheers, everybody. We'll move to the water now. So let's take a look here. So why were the coworkers so hateful? Let's see what we got here. What is this? 4 people? Let's see what we got here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 7 of Earth, the 7 of Pentacles here, which is a bit of impatience card. And I feel like everyone was a bit on edge and just in kind of an anxious mood underneath the surface. It was just like everyone wanted the day to end before it began. And it feels like, I don't know if they had somewhere to go or somewhere to be, or they just everyone had other places to be and they just didn't want to be there. And it was kind of flooding out. But let's take a look here, because usually, every individual person is experiencing the world in a different way. I feel like I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals. So let's see what this is. One individual had the Chariot, go, kind of energy. It's, action energy. Someone who, I don't feel like they were trying to be mean. I just feel like they were focused. It's funny. They're reminding me of me. Thank you. They're going to use me as an example. I'm a Capricorn rising. When I'm tasking, emotions are gone. I'm all about, psh, 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 psh. I'm short. I am all about, I'm busy. I'm on this. Don't disturb me. I want to go kind of energy. And that's what I feel, is with one person, is they're a very focused person, and they just come across that way. So they weren't meaning to. That's just when they're focused. That's how they kind of come across, short and to the point, no sense of humor. and and you can tell when I'm serious, I'm tasking. That's my host. She can, oh, hey, Capricorn rising. Oh, oh, thank you for pointing that out, because I'll do it, not be realizing it. And so it's a funny little thing. Anyway, So that's that one. And then you had the world card. So this is someone that was just, I just want to get to the end of the day and let me get out of here. I feel like they had an adventure to go on to. So someone was being really impatient. They just, I feel like that's a big piece of this one. They wanted to be somewhere else and didn't want to be there that day. And so their mind wasn't on being there. They were already like the leaving blues, is what we call it here in the United States, where if you know you're going on vacation, you just don't feel like doing nothing because your mind's already there. It's already left the building kind of energy. So I feel like that was number 2. Number 3, we got the 2 of Earth, the 2 of Pentacles. Look at all these arms. Someone multitasking, feeling stressed, trying to do it all, way out of balance. And with the Ace of Cups here, there was someone that was trying to prove their worth by how much they could do, and they felt threatened by you and everyone, not just you, but by everyone. I'm going to try to do this, try and do this. No, I gotta do that. No, I gotta do that. And they kind of were very defensive, kind of energy that's there. So I feel like those were, how many coworkers were there? I feel if there was 3, I almost feel like this 4th one is you, but if there was a 4th one, this would be them. We got the 6 of Earth, 6 of Pentacles, an overgiver person. Oh, maybe that is you. I'm just kidding. That would be all of us in this room. But you got the 6 of Pentacles. Underneath that, the 3 of Wands with the Lovers card. Power of emotional choice, energy coming in here too. Um, and yeah, again, there's this, with all this energy here, there is this, like an energy of, I've got to be the one who gives and gives and gives. And if there's someone else that's able to give, then that threatens me. And so then my emotional choice of support switches from that loving, compassionate overgiver to, I must destroy you because you are my threat kind of energy that's coming in here. So I don't feel like that's you. I feel like that's a 4th one. So you can see the different kind of energies, that it wasn't about you. It was about what was going on in their little world. The 2 cards that end up here, yeah, you've got the Judgment card, the 2 of Swords. It shows you the power of story, and I feel like the event unfolded. So we have the reason why the human characters were acting the way they were, but then we've got this here with the 2 of the 2 of Swords. The Judgment card is what's going on behind the scenes. And this was to show you that you get to choose the story, right? So I can choose a story of these people were being mean and they weren't acting the way I think they should act, and they were acting defensive and this, and then you realize, oh, I was also acting defensive probably then, because if I felt threatened, like if they felt threatened by me, they're going in defense mode, right? Or they just feel threatened in general. Um, because it's not me that is making them feel threatened. It's the outside world, um, in their inner child being activated into fight or flight mode, right? So when they act that way, then my inner child feels unsafe and out of control, and I create a story of they're bad, they're mean, they're dangerous, stranger danger, right? And then it's like, no, I can change that story if I want, when I realize, oh, their actions are about what's going on inside of them. And I can get curious of why they're, you know, acting the way they are. And, even if it's, are you okay? And they're like, why? What? Why are you asking that? I don't know. I feel like I'm just picking up some vibes. Are you okay? Kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. Let's see here. Now your 2 donations do come together to $5 or more. So we're going to do this Oracle of the Rift Walker for this one too. Let's see what other message they have here for you. So you got the Pact Maker. card number 20, which says, "Not all who go into the dark are lost. Some go to make a deal." Ooh, let's see what this brings in here for you. So the invocation says, "I descended not to beg, but to speak, to offer, to listen. I returned with what was granted, not stolen, not demanded, but earned in trust." Interesting, right? The message is the pact maker is the card of spiritual negotiation, sacred responsibility, and earned return. It marks the moment when you've entered the depths, not to escape, but to broker a soul deep transformation for yourself or another. This is the archetype of the one who speaks across veils, the intercessor, the one who makes promises in the dark and keeps them in the light. When this card appears, consider, what inner or outer forces have you bargained with, knowingly or not? What sacred responsibility have you accepted as a result of your survival or return? Have you honored the pact that allowed you to be here now? Interesting. You may be stepping into a role as a guide, a channel, or protector of what was retrieved from darkness. The shadow side of the card warns of deals made out of desperation that now need to be reevaluated, spiritual bypassing, pretending a price wasn't paid when it was, carrying burdens that were meant to be shared or released. This says even a sacred deal must be revisited with time. Are you still upholding something that no longer serves your path? Ooh. So, and then 3 reflection questions. What did I agree to in my darkest moment, and how has it shaped me? What soul contract might I be holding consciously or unconsciously? And how can I honor what I retrieved from my descent? So, what kind of this overall energy is like? What gift was in this shadow moment for you? What did you? Why would you have wanted that to happen for you? What did it show you? So, I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings. Sleep well if you're asleep. Hey, Krabby Kaka. Happy haha. Good to see you. Hello. All right. So next we have Moonlight. So Moonlight. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Good to see you. Oh, let's give yours up here. Oh, it's a sticker. Hey, I like your stickers are so funny. Thank you for that. La 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 la. So I am well. I hope you're doing well over there on the other side of the planet. You're wondering what is all the positive changes going on with R these days? Will he keep it up? Will it expand to more areas of his life and behavior? Why is he so careful when he speaks? Um, like he approaches you? I think is that word is. All right, let's take a look here. So, what's up with all these positive changes going on in R these days? Okay, will he keep it up? Will it expand to more areas of his life and behavior? That one, all right. And then why is he so careful when he speaks or approaches you? All right. Wow. Look at that. So 8 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck, the 8 of the Earth, which is about, you know, it is that transformational kind of energy. Putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears does bring about the reward. It's the caterpillar going through the cocoon to become a butterfly energy, right? So what are all these positive changes? What's going on here? Yeah. Wow. Is he really doing the work? You got the 4 of Swords, which is a beautiful resting of the mind, getting out of the head of expectations, which has brought this page of Earth, this page of growth here. So it feels like they have let go of some of those mindsets of, because expectations equal disappointment in whatever areas he has these positive changes, he's questioned things around them and released things around him, which is bringing him again, he when he lets go of expectations and then we tend to recognize the abundance and the things to be grateful for in it, which then brings more of that in. So I feel like he's made changes in those areas. Will he keep it up? No. I'm just kidding. 5 of Swords, conflict energy. So, that's the thing. He'll sometimes keep it up, sometimes not. That's the whole process of learning, right? We grow it. We're like, "Oh, look, I've done it." And then we trip and face in the mud. We get back up. We go further before we end up with our face in the mud, and we get up and we go further and further than we've ever gone before, end up with our face in the mud. It's it's all steps, right? It's not overnight, but it feels like here that there is this change energy. So I feel like they will keep it up with some failures, but that's how we grow. That's how a toddler learns to walk. Not they fall down the first time and go, "Oh, that was it, I tried." No, they get back up and they keep getting back up and they keep getting back up, right? So I like that. Will expand to more areas of his life and behavior. Yeah, 10 of Cups, especially relationships with people with the 10 of Cups. So I feel like they will eventually expand it into that area. But I feel like they're going to focus in on the areas they've already done first till they feel a really solidness, then they'll take on more. But I feel like they really want to get these other ones cemented in first, letting the cement dry. And then why is he so careful when he speaks and approaches you here? Yeah, we got the King of Wands, Elder of Fire, and the Judgment card here too. Seeing things from a higher perspective or this draw, but I do feel here I normally don't read the Judgment card as judgment, but I feel like they fear being judged by you because, um, with this Elder of Fire, this King of Wands, it is this it's interesting that I'm seeing the King of Hearts, like the Queen of Hearts from, um, Alice in Wonderland. Off of their heads, but this is a more stable there's not so much off with their heads, right? But I feel like they have this they're afraid to do something wrong to get cut out of your life because they feel like the judgment will fall and the king will like, "You're gone, you're exiled." And so there's a fear of rejection, I feel like in here, and that could or could not have anything to do with your actions at all. Um, it just has to do with how they, kind of see things, and where they're at in their, fear, which means they care about being in your life or not, kind of energy, which, makes sense, right? But, I feel like that's why they're careful because it's like, 1, they don't want to have you ostracize them out of your life again. Is that it? Again? Um, but the other thing is they fear the judgment, because they judge themselves so harshly because they haven't really dealt with that in relationships yet, right? So, I like that. So you got Teach, which says, "Inspire others and let nature be your greatest teacher." So, I like that, lead by example, teach by example, not, trying to make people be who we think they should be. It's offering, that, by leading by example or teaching by example, not even leading, just teaching by example, you know? This is how I wanna interact, and so this is how I interact. but hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Moonlight. Good to see you. Thanks for being up so late or early. So many blessings to you. Hey, little pink pearl. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So up next, we got Lauren Olight. So, Lauren, we'll put you at 2 hours and 45 minutes. There is your timestamp. You might have left the chat if they hath returned. So, yay, you're here. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you again for your donation. So let's take a look here. He's not back yet. All right. So he lives in. Yeah, what the heck, right? Very interesting. Let's take a look here. So, what is going on? Let's just see what's going on, and then we'll ask those other questions because it's like, what is happening here? And kissed you at the door. Bye. You know. Well, so you're at his house. Did he ask you to come? What's happening there? Let's see here. What are these here that's going on here, right? Yeah. Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the two of wands. So there is this, energy here, this going back and forth, right? Their energy, kind of hearing one of those little, actually, I have one of those. Yeah, it's over here. It's one of those little tick, 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 tick. You can't see it because the glare, but it's tick, 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 tick. So interesting. But let's see here. What's the energy? These three came out together. We got the Queen of Cups. So there's a lot of emotional energy. We got the Fool card, which is this energy of not wanting, you know, to feel caged, wanting the freedom, not wanting to feel restriction, right? And the Four of Fire, the Four of Wands, we got a lot of joy, celebration energy here. So there's joyful energy, a lot of emotion, not wanting to feel restricted, this going back and forth energy. So we definitely have that. I know the Four of Wands is also a marriage card, but I feel like they're referring back to that feeling of being trapped and they needed to get out. They need to get out. But that is the, fight or flight, right? Knight of Earth, yeah, wanting to take things slow. Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight. Another four energy with the Emperor. I need to figure out what I want to do, and I haven't decided what I want to do yet. The Two of Wands is also planning, kind of energy. And the Five of Swords, yeah, the battle between the head and the heart, right? So, you know, there's definitely this conflicting energy. So I just feel like it's the norm. I don't feel like I go, this is their normal fight or flight run response, right? That's all coming in here. I want to take things slow. I haven't decided what I want yet. I'm conflicted between my head and my heart. I don't want to feel restricted, but I'm full of emotion. And I feel like that's a big difference is that he's really feeling his emotion, and that's freaking him out, right? Scared. Yeah, yeah. So I feel like that's this kind of setting the stage. Let me put these cards back in and then we'll ask your specific questions here. Yeah, right. Well, we've known that all along, right? His heart is totally for you. It's the mind. This is the troublemaker, right? This is the one that when it flips, it's like, run. So let's take a look here. Is he testing to see if you'll leave him? Let's take a look here. Is this a test? We'll ask that first here. We got the 6 of fire, the 6 of wands. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like it's a because they this attraction, this draw energy with the 6 of wands. It feels here it's not a test. I feel like this is more this ignition of energy. Yeah. Like, yeah. I don't know what this is. But it's not a test. He's not testing to see if he'll leave. I feel like it's just more like it feels like energy, a lot of energy. Let's see what's going on in his head. Because the head is the problem. Not the problem, it's the troublemaker. It's the one that's resisting, right? So let's take a look here. The heart's like, let's go. Come on. And they're like, oh my God, let me out of here. Because their heart was screaming and they needed the silence. But let's see what's in his head. What's going on in his head right now? And this one here. All right. So the scene, yeah, the scene. We got the Queen of Air, which Queen of Swords is, the mind sees. Well, yeah, we're very compatible in so many ways, right? You are this. We are compatible. We fit like a glove. The mind sees that on the surface, right? It also sees the Queen of Fire. They do see this beautiful, passionate, fiery energy. So they're also very energetically and physically attracted to you. But the Queen of Air is also mind and heart. So mind and heart and passion, that's all there. The mind is going, yes, yes, yes. And the sun. Yeah, this bright, bright light energy. And that you are the one that is the Lorn of light, the bright light, that's in here. So there's this fire. This is the mind knows all that on the perception. What's below the surface here? You got two cards, the 9 of earth. Yeah. 9 of pentacles. I want to be alone, not alone. Let me rephrase that. I want to be self-sufficient. And the mind doesn't wanna be dependent. Oh, what's this other card? Is this gonna be well, no, we got the 2 of water, 2 of cups. Yeah. So the 2 sides of the coin, it makes sense here. It's like the mind sees it as being trapped or being free, and the mind is like, "I don't wanna be imprisoned," because it knows if it becomes depend because then the mind is saying, "If I become dependent, then I can be hurt." Because if I depend on someone and they let me down, then I crash. If I lean on someone, then whoa, you know, I gotta stand on my own. I gotta stand on my own. I can't depend on someone. And this goes back to old hurt and old pain in their past, right? That they can't depend on someone else. Let's see here. What is so obvious he loves you like crazy, but he's running? All right. Yeah, let's see here. Let's just verify why is he running here real quick. Can we just get clarity on that? This one. The 8 of fire, the 8 of wands. Wow, passion. Oh, it feels out of control. Feels out of control, and I need to feel in control, right? I'm marrying this fool. Yeah, I feel like once you get married, I feel like that just is like, all right. but they have to fix that themselves, that little I you know, look at all the crap that has happened over this time, and I've never I've always been here, and I've been here. Even when I pretended I wasn't here, how many days did you really go without talking to him at all? Right. It was only him not responding, not you reaching out to him, right? Anyway, so what does he want you to do? Oh, yeah, he's abandoned you. He has. He has. I think you need to be clear about that, that he has abandoned you. When he goes into fight or flight mode, he does. Yeah. You've never abandoned him, but and vice versa is not true. He has abandoned you. You haven't abandoned him, but he, when he goes into fight or flight mode, he abandons everything and everyone. So it's not personal, but he abandons everything when he goes into his fight or flight mode. But let's see here. What does he want you to do? Wow. It is in this moment, he wants you to go find someone else. 3 of Cups. They're like, "Why can't you just leave me and go find someone else that won't disappoint you?" That's what's on his mind, right? "I want you to go find someone else because 'cause I'm scared," right? Let's see what else. Thank you. Yeah. But when his mind is calm with the 4 of Swords, then he sees you as the Empress. Then he sees you as the mother, all this, and that's what scares him. He doesn't feel like he can keep up. Yeah. And, we've got the Magician card and the 8 of Pentacles, right? He needs to take the action to transform. He needs to believe that he has everything within him and that he will he's a caterpillar cocooning that, you know, if he just allows himself to continue to let go of that which doesn't serve him, he will become a butterfly. And he's like, "I can never become a butterfly. You're like your caterpillar soup. You're becoming a butterfly right now." "No, I can never be that." "Here, do I need to show you a picture book of this is how a caterpillar goes into a cocoon, it transforms, and this is what you're becoming. You are becoming this, right?" So let's take a look here. What's his next action based on all this? But it is freaking out. He's like so charged, right? But and that's his flight response. Can't you just abandon me so my fear can be uh come to fruition? So his next actions, letting go of all expectations and getting out of his head and feeling his emotions, letting go of expectations. I feel like that's the biggest thing he needs to know, about. And I know, that there's things that you're like wanting to happen but it's the freedom and going, you don't have, is there a timeline that you guys have talked about? Is there that the intentions and all these things? It's like, let's let all that crap go and let's just live. And, I feel like that's what he needs. That's his next action is he's like, I need to let all these expectations go so I can flow from my heart. Um, yeah. And that's the whole thing is this, his next action is I can't take all of this. I can't take all of this pressure of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Can't we just be? And it's like, yeah. And that's what it's going to take for him. because it needs to move at a pace that he feels comfortable until he, and you know this, we've talked about this for, with the last month, right? Where it's, I need, for him, I have to learn to cope and deal with my anxiety and how I react and my triggers you know, that cause me to react. I need to find new tools in order that to happen. But until he does that, you're going to keep experiencing this over and over and over and over again. And even though you guys haven't been apart for a month, every week you guys get back together and break up, right? I mean, just, you know, it's like, to be clear, in a loving way, just to bring clarity around it all, you haven't been apart with no communication for a month. You've been communicating, yeah, broken up, but no contact. No, you haven't been in contact. So you broke up in name only, but you've still been, you've gone there, you've driven there 2 times already, right? And at least 2, maybe 3 times. Um, yeah, but yeah. 'Cause I feel like you haven't not talked to him. Um, the longest you probably have not talked to him is like a day or 2, maybe. And you've reached out to him, and that kind of, yeah, 3 times. Yeah. But, if you want things to be different, you know, that's the whole thing is, um, you've trained him that he can act any way he wants and you'll always come back, right? And so this will continue, this way until, you know, you can't, do it. You can retrain your dragon if you mean yourself, but you can't retrain him. Hadn't worked yet. Alright. You can't help to love him, but you can, uh, eventually choose your actions, right? Yeah. That's rejection, right? I can with silence. And, yeah, I mean, you do what I want or I reject you is manipulation, and you don't wanna train him. You want him to be able to be himself and to discover his fears so he can be, because it's miserable to be in all those fears, right? Um, and so I want yeah, I want I would like him to be free when he wants to be free, and until then, am I okay with the same, the same patterns, the same, you know, yeah, the same patterns, the same cycle. And, in a loving way, we can tell someone, "I'm so in love with you. I wanna be with you forever." But eventually, them doing this is going to get old. And then I don't wanna be with this forever. Who you wanna be with is who you think they can be, not who they are right now, because it's driving you nuts. I love you so much. I'm in love with this person who I know you can be, but who you are right now, I'm very attracted to, but you're driving me crazy. And you're driving yourself crazy. And we need to figure out a game plan. What can we do for all this, right? Does he want to go to a counselor? You know, can we go to a not a marriage counselor, but a couples counselor, so we can learn to communicate, learn, to how we can find ways instead of running away and, this? Um, and that's a great question because if they're like, "No," they're saying, "Oh, so what you're saying is our relationship isn't worth it." That's what I'm hearing you say. When you say, "No, you don't wanna go do this," what I'm hearing is, "Our relationship isn't worth it," and basically, I'm not worth it. So, to you, I know I'm worth it, but what I'm hearing is, you don't feel I'm worth it or our relationship is worth it if we don't go do something because this can't keep happening, you know? Like, "Where did you go?" "I'm in your bed. I'm here and you gotta go work out. Bye." And you're like, "I drove all this way to see you and, you know." All right. Yeah, I like it. Your fortune cookie. Oh, the tortoise, the tortoise, the tortoise. Slow steps, enduring wisdom, a sacred pace that honors time and resilience. All right, let's see what this brings in here. So the invocation is with steady heart, an ancient shell, I carry the weight of wisdom, moving slow through shifting tides, patient beneath the endless sky. So the tortoise is a symbol of patience, endurance, and grounded wisdom. It reminds you that progress doesn't always come in bursts. Sometimes the most profound journeys unfold through slow, deliberate steps. This card honors the strength in pacing yourself, knowing that steady, consistent effort leads to lasting growth. The tortoise encourages you to embrace patience in times of waiting or challenge. Trust the wisdom gained from experience and longevity. Move mindfully, honoring your own natural rhythm and pace. When the tortoise appears, it invites you to slow down and appreciate the journey rather than rushing toward the destination. The shadow part of this card, the tortoise warns of moving too fast, stagnation disguised as patience, leading to missed opportunities, feeling stuck or burdened by slow progress. Ding, 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 we have a winner. Remember that patience is active, not passive. It requires conscious presence and adaptability. The reflection questions are, where can I honor a slower pace in my life right now? How can I cultivate resilience through steady effort? And what lessons have time and patience taught me? So it's the slowing down, slowing the pace, um, even pulling back into your shell if you need to. But let's take a look here. I didn't answer your question. Where the hell is he? Let's see what we can know about that. So, where did he go? First of all, did he go to the gym? Thank you. We'll look at that. And then where is he? And I feel like I want to ask, is he coming back? Okay. So, is he at the gym? Nine of air, nine of swords. Nope. Yeah. He nightmare and insomnia, fear, fear, fear. Yeah, he was running. He definitely was. I gotta get out of here. His fears were in fight or flight. So where the hell did he go then? The Hierophant, the Empress. To his mother's house? Does his mother live nearby? Yeah, I was gonna say the Empress. I feel like he went to his mom's. The Hierophant, yeah, because that's where he goes when he's in conflict, right? That's where he goes to hear her advice. Is she like his Yoda and he is Luke Skywalker? Let's see here, is he coming back? The 5 of water. 5 of cups is a sorrow energy. Let me see if I can get more in this because that feels like a disappointment. Or after he finishes crying. Let me see here. No, not those. This one. He just texted you. Yeah. I figure here with the devil card here. Did he say, "I'm over at my mom's"? So the devil card is when he gets out of his head in a way. I feel like he does come back here. But and after he finishes again that 5 energy with after he is able to get his emotions out, get his mind balanced, then I feel like he'll come back. He just texted you. Yeah, even on the bottom of the deck, you got the Queen of Pentacles, so that's like Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So, he went to wherever he nurtures. Maybe that is the park, because that is nature, but I feel like it feels like more mother energy that's there. So, yeah, park or moms. So, hopefully that helps, Lauren. I know. But definitely, there's that energy of we need to, something needs to uh, change some way, somehow, one way or another, right? Otherwise, it's going to grow old fast again. Yeah, he does love you, but that's does he love you enough to want to, develop a different way to communicate? You don't need him to change. It's how can we learn together to communicate differently and, how can I deal with, you know, what tools can I learn to deal with when you react that way and what tools can they develop to react differently um, and communicate, not just, you know, run kind of energy. Oh, I know, I know, I know. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. So I feel like he will come home. I mean, he just texted you, so that's good. I know. Wild, wild love. What an adventure, right? Yeah, it's beautiful. Dun dun dun. Yeah, it's gonna turn into a murder mystery if he doesn't watch himself. I'm just kidding. All right, my dear. So that is what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right, Missy, Missy. We have 31313. Look at all those numbers coming in there. All right. So, Missy. We do have here, so you wanted to know some shawarma moments, saying no to people. I hear you. I hear you. So let's take a look here. So what do they want you to know here? We got those. We're doing those. What else? That one there too. All right. Underline. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So these, okay, they want those spread out. All right. So, but hey, Missy, hello. So the bottom of the deck here, we do have the Ace of Earth, the Ace of Pentacles, which underlying energy, bottom of the deck brings in that, this energy of looking at your worth in a relationship to the outside world in a different way, which makes sense, right? Because our all of our human adventure, or you can just get this little button where you just
No.
and then
No. No. No means no.
and then someone the button can just tell you tell people for you. But that is one of our hardest because we're taught when we're younger what happened when we told a parent no, or spankings or punishment of some kind. So we're kind of taught and ingrained that fear of punishment if I tell someone no, and retaliation, or, whatever it may be, right? So when we have that, no, um, adventure, we'll call it an adventure. It's beautiful because we know by the shawarma incident that happened in my life that, yeah, you face your fears when it comes to that, right? You need that button. There you go. And even I know, like, we can learn by saying no in here first before it makes it out here. We start making it a habit. I can say no, even if I say yes in the real world. I say no, and then you know, when I start, am able to say no in here, then eventually it makes it out here and makes it out into the physical world. But our no has to start in here before it can go out here. If I'm trying to do it out here without allowing my no to happen in here, then, you know, but this is what this Ace of Pentacles on the bottom is about is, stepping into our strength of saying no and not and kind of facing the fear and then realizing I'm still alive, and I'm okay. What am I afraid of at the root? How do I feel I'm going to be punished if I say no? And am I okay with that punishment? Because usually it's I'm afraid someone's going to reject me, ostracize me, spread rumors about me, um, and that people are going to believe them, and then I'll end up, losing people interested in, following your art, your music, your this or that or whatever. You're like, oh God, I'm afraid. And it's like, but would I be okay? Even if all that happened, what am I afraid that would lead to? Well, if we ended up losing everything, we would just go somewhere else and start up again. Oh, I don't want to start from the beginning. Why? What are we afraid of? A recreation of something would be amazing. But when we face the fears at some point when we're talking about our fears, it becomes stupid, right? I'm afraid I'm gonna lose this, lose that. I'm gonna be end up on the streets. I'm gonna die on the edge of the forest. Because no one's gonna love me and hate me, and I'm gonna, end up being abandoned and get eaten by wolves. At some point it becomes like, no, I see where that fear is coming from. That's a little child telling a story, and then we can comfort our little inner child who got punished for saying no to people, right? So let's see what else here. You've got the Judgment card, the 3 of water. Yeah. I like this. This is your higher self, your calling. You know what your calling is. And the 3 of cups, you're following your joy. And then the 3 of cups is, well, I mean, let's not leave that yet. When we're following our joy, there is no failure. There's just different adventures, different roads. There's never failure. There's just sometimes the story or the picture in our head doesn't match the story in the picture out here. That's okay. That just means I can adjust this picture in here and have joy and move forward too. The 3 of cups is that you have a tribe. You will never starve. You'll never be alone. You have a tribe. And then you also have a spiritual posse that supports your dream and supports your calling. You're never ever alone, ever, right? And so I feel like that's the big thing is we fear ultimately rejection. We fear that we'll be alone. when we realize I'll never be alone. Even if I want to be alone, I'll never be alone. So, spoken from an introvert. So let's see what else we got here. You got the 9 of air and the devil card, yeah. So this does tell us, of course, the 9 of swords is our nightmare and insomnia, all of our fears that um, come in the darkness. They seem so big, seem so real, but when we bring them into the light, they aren't so scary. And the devil card here, is Capricorn Saturn energy. It's the shaking and the rattling of our long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, those that we had when we were children. Again, it's pointing to our fears down there that, were there. There's this beautiful story of the this princess who her father ruled the kingdom, and she wanted to go out and visit some of the towns and stuff because she hadn't seen them and represent the kingdom for her father who was busy, doing other stuff. And so she goes, I'm going to go do this. I'm like, all right. So she had guards and they went to this, one of the little outposts, military outpost post on the border of their country and their kingdom. And as they were arriving, all the gates were closed. And then they saw the princess and the little men that were guarding her coming, and so they opened it up and ushered her in real quick, and she got in there, and they closed the gates, and she's like, "What's going on?" And they were saying, "Oh, there's this monster, this giant that's been attacking us." And she's like, "Why haven't you sent word? Because we're so afraid that they'll kill us if we, leave the fortress." And just as they're talking, they hear roar outside the gates, and here comes this boulder coming over and making all this racket, and so they all run inside, and they're all afraid, um, and they into the depths of the dungeons to be safe in the little outpost. And of course, the princess is like, "This isn't our kingdom. We're a strong kingdom. What's going on?" And finally, she's like, "We can't do this." So she asked for one of their swords because no one would go outside the gate to face the monster, the giant. And when they opened up a little door to let her out and closed the door behind her, and she looked, and there was this giant in the distance, and she was like, "Oh my god, what am I doing?" But then she got this little bravery inside and said, "I must go forward and face this giant." And so she took a step towards the giant, and took another step towards it, and took another step towards it. She noticed as she was taking more steps, the giant was shrinking. And the giant kept shrinking and shrinking until she got up to him, and he was just a foot tall. And, um, and still, even then, it lunged towards her, and out of, reaction, she stabbed the little 1 foot little giant, and he fell to the ground. And as he was, you know, l life was leaving him, she goes, "Oh my god, who are you?" And he said, "Fear." I love that. Hey. Right? Old man as monsters. Well, it's this big giant, and when you face our fears, they instead of being giants, they become smaller, and then they become nothing. But yeah, this who is it, older men. So who was it that we were afraid to stand up to when we were younger, that when we said no, we got punished? There is some stuff below the surface, right? You have the 10 of pentacles underneath there. So, there is it's worth it to face these fears and to spend time with that inner child, to go down into that and ask them what stories, you know, does your inner child have about the punishment and that came from them, from, saying no. Those things that come up, they'll bring it up going, "Look at this. See, this is what happened." And we're like, "Come here. You can say no. In fact, let's say no together," right? And you can be like, "No, it's okay to say no." and and because our inner child's the one that has the fears, right? That fight or flight, and then we go into the withdraw, we shrink, right? That's part of the fear. That's the fleeing. We little turtle pulling its neck and going in, right? So I feel like that, is energy here. You have the 9 of fire, the 9 of wands, and underneath that you have the 6 of fire, 6 of wands. So this victory energy, but the 9 of wands is stepping into your power. Where there's a block, we realize I'm the one that's keeping myself behind this shield. And if I'm like, I find that ace of wands, I take a hold of it, realize I'm the one who gets to decide, then I can slip through this and have a victory. And in that energy, it's, realizing that I'm the one that gets to determine the story of what's happening out here and the emotional soundtrack that goes with the story, the energy that goes with it, my physical actions. I can't control anything out there, but I can control what it means. We'd have no control over what other people are seeing, first of all, but what they feel the story is, their emotions, their energy. We have no idea what kind of reactions they're going through. Um, you telling them no might remind them of their daughter telling them no, or their mother, when they were a child even, telling them no. And, we have no idea what's triggering in other people. We just know what's going on inside of us. But I like the stepping into your power brings you victory. I mean, you've got the 10 of Pentacles, the 6 of Wands, both powerful victory energies. It's worth it looking into it and transforming it. But they won't go away. They'll just continue. And I don't know if you have started having intense dreams bordering on nightmares yet around the situations, because they'll bring it up in that for us to work through things, as well as we'll start seeing things happen to people in the outside world for us to get kind of used to that, energy. And then they'll go, "Here, look at this," right? Okay, yeah. So this 9 of swords is that energy. And the reason why they make him intense is not to freak you out or to punish you or anything, you know that. It's so that we'll remember them when we wake up. Because a lot of times if we just have a dream, we wake up and go, "I remember I had a dream," and whoop, it's gone, like, but when we have a dream of, "There was this dragon and it was tap dancing, and then it got upset and it stormed out of the room and it burnt down the theater," we're like, "We're gonna remember that when we wake up, like, what the hell was that?" And they give us these intense dreams so that we'll remember it when we wake up so we can bring it back into our conscious world. So they get extreme for us, not to us. So I like that. um, yeah, you have the Knight of Air. So there is this quest of seeing clarity, especially when it comes to important relationships with that 2 of Cups. So this is, you know, doing some journaling, doing some reflection. If you've done automatic writing, I'm sure, but if you, haven't done it in a while, you can do that to, connect with your inner child to find out, what are these, what do you want me to know about the punishment you receive for saying no, and see what comes through. And I don't know if you do tapping, it's a way for you to connect with your inner child too, through doing some tapping energies to release some of that old emotional energy too. They have there's tons of things online. Tapping for releasing, emotional pain from being punished as a child, and there'll be videos out there. There's tons of, if you, unless you do your own tapping and you have your own, you can, of course, you're creative, you can create your own too. Underneath those 2 here, yeah, you have the Leo strength card energy. Look, there's the dragon I was talking about, the tap dancing dragon. They have appeared. But this is, you have the strength, of course, you do, to the inside. It's just our inner child that whenever our inner child feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, then it goes into that fight or flight mode, right? And it will um, knock out our intelligent, compassionate, courageous, I'll have to add that in there now, our courageous, loving side. And then our whatever age we were at that we experienced the wound is what we revert back to that age. And along with its pet hissing cat. So we'll either hiss and attack, hiss and run away, or hiss and attack and then run away. And um, but that's why if we are able to keep our inner child from going into feeling overly out of control, afraid, or whatever, but that's when we shrink, when that pops in. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Of course, Pluto just went into Aquarius retrograde this morning, so we're going to start to be really internally focused, and the old ways don't work anymore, kind of energy. Wow. So your Oracle of the Rift Walker just came in here. Oh, wow. So we've got crownless. Your natal in the fifth house. Wow. The ego grieves what the soul outgrows. Ooh, I like this card 57. Is that 57 or 51? 51. Wow, I like this. The invocation is break the name, crack the throne, let the rift return me home. So there comes a moment when the rift no longer knocks, it strikes. Crownless is that blow, the shattering of image, the collapse of who you thought you needed to be. This card arrives when the identity you've built out of pride, performance, or survival can no longer carry the truth of your spirit. The crown does not fall by accident. It is torn away, forged no longer from gold, but from delusion. The rift, relentless and sacred, pulls you inward, away from applause, away from certainty, and into great unraveling. You may feel exiled from who you were, but you're being initiated into who you are. This is the death of the ego, not annihilation, but realignment. The soul has no interest in titles, only truth. Wow. The shadow side is clinging to status or validation. Oh, right. The validation of the old man, the older male energy. I don't want to be rejected by old man energy. Mistaking identity for essence, resisting change to preserve control, judging your worth by how others see you. Right? And then 3 reflection questions. What part of me feels threatened by being unknown? What part of me feels threatened by being unknown? 2, who benefits from the image I protect? And then 3, what might the rift be trying to return me to? Wow. Definitely that energy of I love that we were talking about the princess, and it's like, I'm breaking the crown. I'm breaking I feel like I'm breaking the responsibility that it's my job that they're be happy. I feel like there's something here around, you know, we as children are told, "You made mama cry, you made dad mad." And we feel like we're responsible for other people's emotions, and when we're like that's why we're afraid to say no, because I don't wanna be blamed for how they feel after I tell them no. but that's not our choice. That's not our responsibility. I'm responsible for how I feel. I release everyone else from that, but I also release myself from being responsible for how everyone else is choosing to feel. Because everyone can choose to feel higher vibration or lower vibration. They might react and go into lower vibration, but that's their journey, not mine. Dun, dun, dun. So I love this too. I'm so glad that resonated, my friend. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know it helps reinforce my power to say no. So thank you for asking your questions. Absolutely, dear one. Love you, my friend. Yeah, let me know if you have any other questions. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. All right. So I do have one more donation that came in here from Maria. So, Maria, thank you for your additional one. And I think that's it for my donations. And then I'm going to take a little quick bio break after I complete this one. And then when I come back, I will complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. If any other donations come in after that, I will jump to those and then return back to free readings. But we will complete all free readings tonight as well. So take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Maria P, we got you at 336.18 for number 3. Here you go. Move that off here. And you're over here in the PayPal. So thank you for that. All right. So dive deeper for work. What are Dr. Bob and the team planning? Let's see what we're able to know about that. Okay. And will it be good for you? All right. And then also deeper dive into love. All right. So what can we know here? What are Dr. Bob and the team planning? We got the 10 of Swords. So there is a change. This is an ending and beginning energy that's coming in here. You know, it's a letting go of expectations and realigning things. It's almost like the I feel like there's dividing walls that are being moved and joining things together. So whatever this they want to call it segregation, you know, but it's like, you know, this group is this group is and they're kind of removing the walls and realigning stuff. I don't know if there's duplication of duties, but it's like they're trying to align things to make it more cost effective, if this makes sense, where if there's someone who does, it's like the example they're giving me is something that happened in the company I work for. They used to have this group had scheduling, this group had schedulers, this group had people who ended schedules, and this one, and they realigned and put everyone under one huge scheduling group under one manager, and they were more able to effectively manage the entire corporation, and could do it with less people, you know. um and I feel like that's kind of that energy it kind of feels here. Knight of Fire. Yeah, this is the knight of the fire horse, you know, and this is you're the fire horse, which is a big initiations and changes. So there is something here. It almost feels like something that not literally caught on fire, but something that kind of burnt down a little bit. It's kind of feels like it's one part is being moved out, and then that is what allows this streamlining kind of energy. Yep, they got the 7 of Swords. And it feels like the 7 of Swords is an energy like it's not like lying. It's usually like lying, deceit. It's mindsets that have kept things from moving forward before, but it feels like it almost feels like someone has, like, left, and it was this person that was keeping everything as it was, but I feel like maybe there was a resignation or something where someone's leaving, and I feel like this is above even I don't know if are all these p it's like Dr. Bob and all those the main level? I almost feel like it's someone higher or someone lateral that was a big proponent to keep things the way it always was, and now suddenly they're going, they're like, "Wait a minute. If they're going, now we, all the rest of us agree to do it this way. Well, let's do it now," you know? So it feels like that kind of energy. And then is it good for you? Got the Queen of Air, Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart, very compatible energy. The Knight of Air, yep, some new opportunities, some new growth. Yeah, 4 of Air, 4 of Swords, mental rest, put your mind at ease. I feel like this is good. It feels like you're able to do something that you feel is more in alignment with who you are, kind of energy that comes in. So that feels like it is for you there. And then let's dive deeper into love. So you've got the temperance. Yep. This is all about balance, patience, know that things are unfolding, that even sometimes when it feels like they're not, this is about patience. It's alchemy. The magic is happening, but being careful of what we're focusing on, as we um that's because our magic is what is the energy we're investing in, right? And so whatever energy I'm investing in is either going to slow if I'm focusing on lower vibration expectations, what's not happening, all that lower vibration stuff we talk about, right? It slows down the process. But if I focus on gratitude and joy for what is and what has been, then it speeds up the process. It becomes gold sooner. So when we realize that it's our energy that determines how fast things happen, then we can manage our energy more. And I feel like that's an important thing. You have the Four of Wands, that's the marriage card for the future. You have the Seven of Fire, the seven. It's all this wands energy, right? But I feel like it's more than the marriage card. It's more about balancing our energy, being aware of being true, and that Seven of Wands, I haven't really seen it this way before, but the way they're presenting it is when she's standing up on the hill, it's whatever energy we're wanting to grow, that's what we want to put out into the world. Not and that's standing up on a hill and presenting that, that energy out there. So, I feel like that is what they want you to know there. And I know you say dive deeper, but then we ask a bunch of questions that kind of makes me shorten it a little bit there as well. So if you ever want to like dive deep into, ask one question and then we'll dive deep into those. But with the size of the donation, asking that many questions, it's, chop, 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 right? And then let's see here, your fortune cookie for that. You've got music. Ah, I love it. So music says there is a melody to be heard in the deepest parts of the woods, if only we listen. I like that because there's kind of that patience, right? If we sit and take time to listen to a song but if we're too busy not listening to the song, then we're not really appreciating the song. But when we go to like a park to listen to a band or to a concert hall or everything where we're blocking everything out and just focusing in on how lovely the music is, then we appreciate it so much more, right? So I love that. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again. We'll eventually circle back around for your free reading here. I have a couple more. Let me add those in. Hey, plate of spaghetti. Good to see you. And healing, is that Sparsh? Sparsh? Or is that an A? I think it's Sparsh. So, hello, hello. We'll get you guys onto the free reading list here, which I'm about to start here as soon as I make a little bio break here. I've been on for almost 4 hours and this coffee and water has gone through me. So I'm going to go do that really quick. And then when I return, I'll do at least 30 minutes of free readings. If there's no other donations, we'll continue on. Let's see here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 there. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So I have 21 free readings right now on the list. So plate of spaghetti and healing, you are the last two on those that I just added. All right, so I shall be right back and then we'll jump into free readings. Thank you guys for your patience in getting to your readings, and thanks for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. It's a way that you can show some love to my channel, that you appreciate the free readings and you're part of the love tsunami. So I'm very grateful for that. So thanks for helping spread the love. Right, I'll be right back. All righty. We're back. Much better. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Let me just get my pillow here so I'm not falling off the chair here. There we go. All righty. So let us take a sip here and we will dive in. So up first, we have Mini Heal. So hello, hello, Mini Heal from the other side of the planet, I believe. Good to see you. And you want to know, are you relocating or moving from one place to another for study or career soon? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will you be relocating? Okay. And let's see if here for what? Well, looks like it's going to be up to you. You have the Two of Cups, which is the power of emotional choice. And you've got the Three of Water, the Three of Cups, which is joy and celebration here too. So it does feel like you can follow your joy. What is it that you want to do? Kind of energy here. So I don't feel like it's locked in. I feel like the path is ahead and it's not faded. And I don't feel like you've made a choice yet either, because they're like, there's too many things that happen here, but there is definitely possibilities here. And I feel like you're being encouraged to follow your joy, follow your heart. Your heart knows the way, so follow your heart. You're the one that gets to create and choose the emotion you feel for each of these things too. So I like this. I like this for you, but it's not determined yet. I know, but there's no faded. So there's not a wrong choice. There's not a significant difference in your joy, which path you take, whether it's for studying or career, um, you choosing to relocate doesn't have to impact your joy because the joy doesn't, I like that. Joy doesn't come from the outside by what's happening or not happening, what's being said and not being said, but joy comes from in here, regardless of the outside world. We can choose to be happy for no reason at all, and then no one can take it away from us. So I like that. So I feel like that's the important thing for you to know right now. Right. So that's what they have for you, Mini Heal. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Swaroop. Bobby, you are up. So Swaroop, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And tomorrow you have an interview, but this is not one. But this is not one actually for. Okay. Will you get a job if you attend? All right. Oh, like a job fair, or you had an interview? Okay. So will you get a job if you attend tomorrow? All right. Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, you've got the Tower and the Seven of Earth. Yeah. Feels here the Seven of Pentacles is more about, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. The Tower card, it doesn't feel like, this is something being removed out of your path to make space for something that's more in alignment with where you want to be and where with your own energy. So I don't feel like um yeah, I don't feel like this is going to bring you what you're wanting here if you attend it tomorrow. I just feel like be patient. There's something more in alignment with your energy that's coming here. So very clear there. So hopefully that helps. Boom, boom. Not much more to add to that one this time around. So hopefully that helps, Swaroop. All right, many blessings to you. All right, and then we have Essence of Ethereal Serenity 35229. So hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. Oh, missed you too. Glad we're back. So a general, please. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay, you've got that and these two. All right. So you got on one hand, you got the 10 of Earth, the 10 of Pentacles, this abundance of the outside world type of energy, coming with the 4 of Air and the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Water, 4 of Swords. Energy that's coming in here. There is this, the Queen of Water, she rolls over the cup suit of emotion. All queens get a second portion of that same energy. So she's the master of emotion, master of the heart. And the 4 of Air, 4 of Swords is kind of like rest your mind, get out of your head. This is kind of saying get out of your head. When you get out of your head and into your heart, allowing your heart to lead, then this 10 of Earth, the 10 of Pentacles, then abundance comes in for you. And it feels like abundance. And they're saying that the difference is when you're in your mind, even if you have this much abundance, it has these expectations. You don't feel abundance. You feel like you're still behind trying to get up to zero. When you have that same abundance over here from your heart, and your heart doesn't have expectations, all of this feels like abundance. And so I feel like there's this kind of adjustment of energy coming in here, in this difference of perspective. When we're expecting things, we're focusing on what's not happening. When we're in our heart, we're focusing on gratitude for what is and what has been. This draws in, this contracts and moves abundance away. It sucks the life out of things. So I feel like they're saying here, with whatever is coming, whatever is happening right now or coming over this next week, when we change our perspective from our head to our heart, we see the world very differently. So I feel like that is their message for you today. So that's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Lotus of Serendipity at 3:55 even. So Lotus, here's your timestamp. And you love a message from the Holy Spirit. All right, let's take a look here, Holy Spirit. Which you have serendipity. All right. So you got these two. You got the 10 of air and the magician. What a ending and beginning kind of energy here. 10 of air, 10 of swords is an energy of like, I'm tired of trying to live up to what everyone else is expecting, these expectations, these opinions of the outside world supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, that, pin us down. It's interesting that they it's not they're not crucified, but they've got the wings nailed to the tree, and then also their hands, like Jesus, are, nailed to the tree. So there is this letting go of what we've been taught is supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, because all those are restrictive energies. And remember who you really are with this magician, that you have the power to create, but it's getting out of your head and then deciding, what is it that I do want to focus my energy on? Because that's the important thing. It's in order for me to send forward and grow something, I need to know what I want to grow. It's like having the ability, this wonderful creative energy, being a mini creator. Okay, I'm going to create. Well, what are you going to create? I don't know. I'm just going to create. Well, you got to know what you want to create before creation can happen. And I feel like that's what this is coming in here, stepping into this power, realizing you have everything within you to create this, but it's also being aware of the energy you're putting forward with the four elements. Usually the magician has all four elements on their table in front of them, which is the air. What is my story? What are my thoughts? What are my beliefs? Get out of the small t truths rooted in fear, see it from capital T truth rooted in unconditional love. And then the emotional energy I'm putting forward, the energy overall, spiritual energy, manifestation, initiation energy I'm putting forward, and the energy behind my actions. And I love this for you. I feel like it's get out of the mindset of all the things we've heard from human, get in tune with who we really are, and then what do I want to create from my heart? And then start letting the mind support that, your emotions support that your physical actions support it, and your energy support it. But the important thing is get out of your head around it, because those are opinions of the outside world, right? So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Hey, softly me. No, not yet. Let's see here. You're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more away. So it'd be a little bit longer here. All right. And then Maria P, you're up 3:58:28. You are up next. And thank you for your donations earlier. You'd like a general for you for love and work. All right. Let's take a look here. We've got love and work. So for love, you got the 3 of water, the 3 of cups. So this is an energy here. This, of course, 3 of cups. I know your greatest fear is that would mean a third party involved, but this is a joy and celebration card, right? And I feel like that's the important thing in here, because I normally don't bring it up in that way, but it's, you know, I can either focus my energy on a fear that they're gonna cheat on me and that this is gonna happen, or I'm gonna end up cheating on them because I'm gonna find interest in someone else. or I can focus on the joy of what I do have and grow that and enjoy that and just love what's coming in there instead of, focusing in on all these fears. But getting to the root of it is so important because that is one of our biggest things is that other people's actions mean something about me. So I fear that they're going to choose someone else later in life, especially if you check out my free podcast, The Easier Path. First few sessions, a few episodes talk about all of the fear being cheated on and how I drew that into my life. And post haste after I experienced that and reflected on it later, you realize, no, their actions didn't mean anything about me. They just tell me about what they were going through. But they were mirroring what I needed to see and what I was drawing towards myself. And so I feel like that's an important thing. I definitely encourage you. Check out that podcast series if you haven't. And then work, yep, you got the 3 of fire, the 3 of wands. I think you got that in one of your readings tonight, which is that you get to choose a different direction. You got both of these threes, creative energy that are coming in here for you. But this is about with new information, you get to choose to go a different route than you had planned on going. But I feel like there's such this what is my heart leading me to? You know, what is it that I'm wanting to be the way in which I express my heart to the world through career and job? What is it that I want to do? Right. I feel like they're just having it go back to that because if we're just existing, we're just spinning our wheels. If we're not living and doing what we love, we also teach our children, um, you know, save your dreams till later. Just do what you got to do to get by today. We can teach them you can have both. You can love your life and have enough and enjoy your life, not pursue all these, things that we're taught we're supposed to have. Instead, we can be happy instead, right? And of course, the grass is always greener. I know growing up, my dad made sure we were always cared for and we were well off and everything growing up. But as a child, I would rather have had my parents at home and have this close relationship. But we were so busy doing everything else that it wasn't there. But I bet you for those that had parents at home and had them all the time and didn't have a whole lot, they wish that they would have had, they would have worked harder and that we had a better, more money and everything, right? That's why the grass is always greener. Oh, I wish I would have had that. Well, it's because I had this other that I wanted that. If I'd have been that, I'd have wanted this other, right? But anyway, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Maria. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Right. And then we have Ascending Universal Butterfly 40249. Thank you again for all of your lovely support in the chat. I appreciate that. Hey, friend. So, could you ask a message from oh, that's right, the unicorn realm. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, unicorn realm. What would you like to share with Butterfly? Okay, about that. Oh, in the bottom. All right. Thank you. Oh, I love it. So you've got the 10 of cups and the 2 of cups, the 2 of water and the 10 of water. Love all this joy and celebration. It's all partnerships though, because they have, the 2 people and the 2 people energy that comes in here. And of course, from the unicorn realm, the one thing is that we all have an expression of our soul in the unicorn realm. So we exist as an essence of a unicorn in the unicorn realm in our own. It's like they just showed me all these My Little Ponies. You remember those old little ones that had all different color hair and they had like what 50 different kind. I don't know. I never had them as a child, but it just seemed like there were so many when you went down the toy aisle. as a child, and they're just like, "Oh my gosh, we're all different." Like My Little Pony unicorns with all our uniqueness, some with spots and some with, 3 horns. We're a tricorn, not a unicorn, We're all unique expressions, in the unicorn realm, and a hummingbird unicorn, all these I have, like, these unicorn decks that there's, like, all these different types of unicorns, a whale unicorn, and I love it. I love all this, that we express ourselves uniquely there. But in addition to being, present there, we also have a unicorn spirit guide who every unicorn has chosen to be a spirit guide for one of us. And your unicorn expression is also a spirit guide for someone else as well. So I love that it brings in this, almost blows our brain, right? Our human brain, to realize that we're so many different expressions across so many different dimensions and realms and frequencies, dimensions, galaxies, other universes. We're billion, like our soul's so powerful and big, we are expressions of so many different, like billions across all at the same time, because we are that powerful, we can do that. And so I love that, just that, you know, realizing we're also being expressed there, that we have a unicorn that has devoted themselves to us in this lifetime. And it's different every lifetime. We change them out. Um, but that we're also a guide to someone else. So I love that for you. Hopefully that blew your mind like it did mine. But I love that. So that is what they have for you, butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Blueberry, you're up 40642. So Blueberry, here's your timestamp. And what's coming up for you soon? All right. Based on current energies, what do they want you to know about what's coming up soon? All right. This one and these two. All right. So you've got the 7 of water, the 7 of cups. It's an interesting energy here because I'm feeling here this new moon really stood out to me. Let me see what these other ones are here too. You got the 9 of earth and the Fool card. 9 of pentacles and the Fool card here. And this new moon energy, this new beginning, this new adventure. It just feels here that the next new moon with a water energy. Let me see. Is that in July? Let me see. Oh, you know what? I have a little list here at the beginning of this book. It just feels like there's a significant time coming up here for you with that. Let me see. Oh, here it is. So let's see. What's the new moon in July? Oh, the new moon in Cancer on July 14th. I feel is significant for you here because they were like the 7 is important, the new moon is important, brings a lot of emotional change, but also feel like there's this new beginning that happens with that new moon. So definitely pay attention to your new moon wishes and new moon intentions for that Cancer new moon in July, because it brings you the 9 of pentacles is like this feeling of abundance in the outside world, this feeling of self-sufficiencies, but it is like a dream come true in the physical realm, like physical out here. And it is this new beginning, free of expectations, this new adventure, a cycle's completed, and something opens up for you here. So I like this for you. And so you wanted to know what's coming up for you soon. Well, there you go. And that's not really too far away. As fast as this year is going, it's already May 6th. Isn't that crazy? So in about 2 months, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, some big things coming your way that come to fruition in the outside world. So I like that for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. I feel like that's a significant date around that for you too. All right, so many blessings. All right. So Kat Mia, you're up 40921. So Cat Mia, here is your timestamp. So does the rule you wrote work in F2? All right, let's take a look here. So does the rule work in F as well? So you got the Justice card and the Hierophant. Kind of, but not in the same way. Justice card, this is about seeing things from a different perspective. And the Hierophant is they're the master of change. So they're like, yes, the rule does work in F, but the rule reacts differently in F. So you need to look at how things that you wrote for this other thing, how how it's different than like the language of F. That there's some sort of thing. Like I don't know why they're showing me Excel, but like in Excel, there's a certain way an Excel spreadsheet works. If you copy and paste that formula into some other proprietary's spreadsheet, it may not work the same. You might have to adapt some things and know how that language works to go it works a lot the same, but you have to adapt some things to make it work the same, if that makes sense. So hopefully that resonates with you, Katmia. So there you go. So many blessings. All right. And let me add some little squigglies to these. I didn't add these before. Let me just get these here. And we'll dive back into the free readings. Thank you guys again so much for your patience getting to all your readings. And thank you for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful to have you part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to take a quick sip here too. All right. So May, you are up 412 even. So May, here is your timestamp. So you want to know, will F and you reconnect? You met, had a great time, then dove into work and dating took a back seat. Been thinking of him a lot lately, wondering if things will realign. So will F and you reconnect based on current energies? All right. Well, it can, but it depends on your energy here with the Two of Wands and the Strength card. I feel like in a way, I got busy and it kind of just, I feel like if you reached out to them, it would reignite with Leo fire energy of the Strength card, but that's you having the courage and the bravery to step forward. And the Two of Fire, Two of Wands is it's my energetic choice. I can step forward and make plans to do that or not, and I feel like in a way, I don't know if they feel like you not that you ghosted them, but that you weren't interested because, kind of moved away from that. And and I feel like if you're just honest and going, "Oh my god, I dove into work," you know, yeah. But you're also investing a lot of energy into this. And if they're like, "No, I'm not really interested," you're like, "Oh, thank you. Thank you for being honest," because then I'll stop wasting my energy there and I'll move forward. But the rejection isn't, if we have a story that, oh, they're rejecting me, then we can do the to me, victim, poor me, and enjoy that low vibrational, rolling around, sobbing on the floor. We've all done it. But we can also have a story of, oh, if they're telling me, no, I'm not interested in you. Well, thank you for sparing me the time because then I know they're not for me and that there's someone else. It's never a downgrade, it's always an upgrade. So if someone tells us no, we're like, thank you for showing me what I wasn't seeing. that you're not the one for me. Oh, good. Well, good. Thank you. Now I can, I can move down towards the upgrade. And when we change our story and change that their actions or non-actions, words or silence, doesn't mean anything about us. It's just information. And thank you for that information. They're great. They're being a messenger of the gods for us. No, I'm not for you. There's someone better. If when we change the story of what they're saying, it's such an more awesome experience, right? Because then we're like, hey, yeah, it's not, you're not good enough for me. It's, oh no, no, I'm not good enough for you. There's someone better for you down the road. Oh, good. Appreciate that. So but I feel like with this one, I feel like it's a good opportunity for you to like just reach out. Do it now, just send a text or whatever and go, "Hey, oh my god, I got so busy at work and everything. What not sure if you'd be interested in hanging out again." And that's it. Boom, boom. And that you don't have to like, "Oh, I need to like ease my way in or whatever." Just here it is. And if they're like, "No, no, I'm really busy myself," or whatever. "Alright, thank you." Yeah, and this is for you. It's an opportunity for you to be courageous and for you to choose. Um, yeah, I mean, I feel like they're not telling you any outcomes or doing anything with that because it's like, there's no wrong choice in this. It's you get to learn through it one way or another. So I feel like it's you wanna do it? Do it. This is bravery, this is courage, this is you stepping forward, so, what do you got to lose, you know? It's like, "Oh, what if they say no?" Well, we already know that, we already know the root of that. If they say no and you, like, feel rejected, then it's like, "Oh, okay. Why do I feel that way? Why am I rejecting myself?" Because rejection I have it right here. Oh my god, I thought I wrote it down. I did on this little sticky note. This is from Julian himself. It's Julien himself, just HIMSALF on Instagram. He's a wonderful, wonderful I love his Instagram channel. He says, "Rejection from others doesn't hurt you. Rejection of ourself is what hurts. Words are just noise, and we give those words or we give, that noise meaning." And I love it, um, because he had everyone in the audience 'cause he brings someone up on stage because he dresses like how he wants to, and he's, like, all wild and he has such great things. I really, I recommend everyone follow him. 'Cause it's just his little tidbits, and you're just like, "Oh my god," but he does it in front of people, and he was like, "What, what are you afraid of?" "Well, I'm afraid I'm gonna get rejected." And he was like, All right, audience, everyone reject him right now. Tell him he's worthless, that you don't choose him, blah, blah, blah," and everyone, "Rah, rah, rah," it's all this noise, and he goes, "See, that's just noise." He goes, "But if you bring meaning to that noise, you're the one hurting yourself." And it was like, right? So I love that. So that is what they have for you, May. So many blessings to you. Enjoy. All right. So hopefully that helps. All right. And then we've got Sav. You are up. Whoops. Forgot a little colon in there. There we go. So Sav, this is yours. And you want to know, is Philip the one you'll end up with? All right. Based on current energies, let's take a look here. All right. Well, there's definitely movement of romance here with the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Water, but I don't feel like you're gonna end up with them forever if you do end up with them, because the 6 of Earth, the 6 of Pentacles, it's kinda like this codependency awareness energy, which would bring like, you're gonna learn through your interactions that you have a tendency to overgive. Like you learned when you were younger that you have to give so much to deserve so little. And when you get into a relationship, you go in as two adults, but if this sounds familiar, you might turn into like where you feel like the adult, they're like the child, you give and give and give. You give until you're exhausted, you give in even more until you're resentful. They feel like they can't compete with your giving, so they give outside the relationship. Either workaholic, affairs, hobbies, friends, gym, whatever, they do in the outside world, because they feel like can't compete with your giving. So I feel like, if you wanna check out, I have a podcast where I talk about this a bit it's about abundance. I'll put it down here in the chat, and if you're not here, I'll put it underneath your name, under your timestamp. I'll put the little easier path for abundance where it be. It talks about the 6 of Pentacles. One of the things we can do, we can draw people or draw, this energy of abundance to our gates. But if our inner child doesn't feel we're worthy enough, that's where the overgiving comes in. Feels we have to give so much to deserve so little. We learn that when we're younger, and it runs on autopilot below the surface till we learn to go in and question that and go, who was it that we felt we needed to give so much to and deserved so or got so little back, where we're like, oh, that must be the fair rate of exchange. It's not fair, but it goes down into our subconscious, and our life runs on that, on autopilot, until we question it. But we talk more about that in that podcast if you want to check that out. But I don't feel like with this one, I don't feel like you end up with them forever. I feel if anything, they're more of a stepping stone energy where you learn through that. And then there's someone further down the road that is more of your soul partner, someone you end up with the rest of your life. All right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings. Hang in there. Right. Olivier Vagara, you are up. Hello, hello. Yay. So Olivier, here is your timestamp there. And what's poppin' soon? Money, career, or love? Cha, cha, cha. All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, what is poppin' soon? All right. So what do we have here? Well, you've got the Star card, which is like a dream come true energy. I like that. You also have the 3 of Fire, the 3 of Wands. And that does feel like, yeah, because you have the Ace of Air, the Ace of Swords, which is a with clarity, seeing things from a different perspective. You are choosing to take a different path. So the Star card is like this energy of a dream come true, but it's our mental dream come true. And as we clarify that through life, and we're like, what is my dream? Then we're like, oh, you know what? I want to go this direction instead of continuing trying to pursue this other. This feels more money and career oriented together, because I feel like they're both based on one another. But I feel like there's something. In fact, you might even learn something new to alter your course. It's been like whatever you got your degree in, that it's like taking another course allows you to get some different kind of certification or something that adds to that allows you to do this over here. And you're like, wow, kind of thing. So it feels like there's something new coming in regarding money and career. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Betty Joe, you are up. So Betty Joe, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know, have you already met your future husband? Let's take a check. And thank you so much for your donation earlier, too. So let's take a look here. Have you already met your future husband? No, not quite yet. You got the Temperance card, which is patience. something slowly happening that will come forward. And then the page of air is it's like the number 11 in the suit, right? Because it goes ace is up to 10, and then page would be 11, knight is 12, queen 13, etc. So this is like, I feel like things are going slowly on purpose because whenever we get a slow moving card, they usually tell us why are things going slow? Because it's giving you the opportunity to question some of your thoughts and beliefs and mindset, some of your expectations around who your husband should be, like who they are, job, education, how they look, even religions or spirituality or blah, blah, whatever the long list we have that we get when we're growing up given to us, right? And then who they're supposed to be in the relationship, how the relationship is supposed to start and progress and end up. What is it supposed to bring me? Who am I supposed to be in it, right? Exhausting. All that rules, all the supposed tos, all the boxes to be checked off. And it's giving you an opportunity here as this things are flowing in life as you guys are slowly making your way to one another. You're both learning to let go of those things because it almost feels like when we have so many expectations that like it has to be this person in this timing in this way, and the universe says that person's on back order for 1,000 years, right? But then when we let go of expectations, we free ourselves of all these opinions of the outside world we got when we're growing up. There they are. Then we get to see them. So I feel like um, you have not met them yet because you're letting go of some of your expectations. Because if you met them today, you'd be like, "Pff, no, you don't make the grade." But later you realize, oh, wow, if I, because of your opening up your mind, you're able to actually hear what they have to say, hang out with them a little bit, and you're like, wow, I'm oddly attracted to them in a good way. So I like that for you. Hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they have for you, Betty Joe. So many blessings to you. All right. Softly me. Finally, we have made it to you. 4.5 hours later, almost. Well, since we started, but so there you go, my dear. So hello. I am doing well. And I know evidently you're not tonight. Let's see here. Question. What's the reason behind Xavier being mad at you? You're so upset, you don't know what you did wrong. Like, is there a way to fix whatever you did? You're crying because he's one of the main people that I never wanted to be mad at you. I know. Hello. I'm glad you're here. So, you know, spirit would give you a perspective on any situation that any of us have with the world, right? Which um we growing up, we're taught, right? You're responsible for everyone else's emotional choices, right? Because you made mom sad. You, so powerful, made dad mad. We're taught that, parents do that to try to control us children um, because they were taught that. They were taught that. And their parents taught them, and their parents taught them, and their parents taught them. From generation to generation, we blame everyone else. We're taught to blame everyone else for our emotions. You made me feel this way. And because we're taught that we're making everyone else feel a certain way, but it's not true. A big truth we learn is that every moment we're the ones that choose what emotion we want to feel, and everyone else chooses the emotion they want to feel. We can't make someone choose an emotion. Yeah, we can make it easier or harder for someone to choose higher vibrational love or lower vibrational emotions rooted in fear. But you could give someone the world and they could still choose to be upset. You can't control it. And we're not it because that's out of our control. They're choosing based on their stories, based on what they were taught. When this happens, this is how I'm supposed to feel, so it becomes our habit, it becomes our reaction. But what's amazing is when we step into our power of choice, of story. I get to choose what something means. I get to choose how I'm going to feel about it. I get to choose my physical actions. And I get to choose the energy I put behind anything. And what's amazing is that when we step into that power, I let go of, having anyone be responsible for how I'm feeling and acting and thinking, but I also free myself from the responsibility of everyone else's choices. That's why we feel out of control. That's what freaks us out so much is because, oh no, they chose to be mad. So now I am, you know, what am I going to do? I have to do something to change their emotion because I was responsible for their emotion, you know, in that, right? So it's like, oh, wow. So the more it happens, the more we can go, wait a minute, they could also have chosen to be happy, but they chose to be mad because they got triggered. So that is about what's going on inside of them, not inside of you, right? Um, so when someone does something or doesn't do something, says something or doesn't say something, and we have a lower vibrational reaction, right? So when they did whatever they did, rejected, got mad, suddenly our little inner child feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable. So it goes into fight or flight mode and it's reacting, going, oh no, I did something wrong. I need to fix all this. When really what is happening is our emotions are coming up so we can look at what's fear is rolling up inside of us because we're defining our worth somehow by someone's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. And it's like, wow. And it'll keep coming up over and over. We'll keep triggering from them, another person, another person, because everyone's a mirror reflecting back to us what we want to see about ourselves. So when like I didn't want, out of anyone else, I didn't want them to be mad at me. Well, they're just a mirror showing you how you're mad at yourself. So where are you mad at yourself? How are you being so tough on yourself? Because you're the only one that matters. Your choice of how you feel is the only thing that matters. You can't control anyone else, but you can control yours. So I feel like that's an important thing to know. Let's see what else we have here. And yeah, 10 of cups, 6 of air. Yeah. So it's if you focus in on the 10 of cups, if you focus in on joy, laughter, celebration, what you're grateful for, then you grow joy and all that. If you focus in on our fears and what you feel did wrong, we just grow that, you know. So it's how can you fix things? You can't fix their emotional choice, so let that go. All you can do is go, you know what? I'm going to change and I'm going to choose joy. What am I grateful for about myself? Instead of being mad at yourself, what are you grateful about yourself? The 6 of air, 6 of swords is let old ways of thinking go, these judgmental beliefs you have, these fear-based beliefs, right? And see things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter. When we focus in on all that higher vibration, we draw in things that match that. But your fear is of rejection, right? That's every human. We all are human side. It's a pack animal. It doesn't want to get rejected by those we feel are important in our life. And so when we do, we're forced to face that fear and realize I'm still alive. You're still with us, thankfully. you know, it didn't kill you and it won't. But it's for you that this is unfolding so you can get to the root of these fears and go, yeah, why am I giving my worth? Why am I attaching it so much to other people's actions or non-actions, word or silence? That's not self-worth. Self-worth comes here, inward and upward. You find your self-worth. Out there's retail price, which is fluctuating all the time, right? We can that's how we feel we're worth to others. But like a parka coat, If you're that parka coat, warm parka coat in Alaska during the winter, oh my god, you're well sought after. They think highly of you. You're that same parka coat on a, tropical island on the equator during summer. You don't even make it to the clearance rack, you're donated. Your worth in the outside world, it's so fluctuating, it's so fickle, it's temporary, it's depends on how someone's feeling in the moment. Like, in this case, if someone's fearing, if something ignited, um, we don't even know what we did, and people react, and we're like, "What happened?" We don't even know what they saw. We can't control that, and that's okay, but this is all for you to really learn that your worth comes from in here, not out there, and we'll continue to have the mirrors show us that till we see what we were wanting them to show us. So, the fixing isn't out there, the fixing is in here, and hopefully that helps. If you want, to learn more about all that, I talk a lot about all this in my free podcast, The Easier Path. The link is down in the description area, but it can help bring some tools and some clarity from spirit on how our worth we've been taught to define ourselves by three buckets of the outside world: relationship with humans, situations, and things. And all of those are temporary, unstable. So when we define our worth by those things, we feel unstable. And that's what they all point us inward until we see those, right? Yeah. That's a controlling thing, right? I have a bone to pick with you. And you're like, all right, you know, that's fine. And then, oh, I have a bone. You did something wrong, but I'm not going to tell you about it. I'm trying to manipulate you. I'm trying to control you. So you don't need to listen to that. You can be like, that's fine. If people know that they're important and that we're defining our worth by them, then we're under their power. We're under their control. And you don't, you don't need that. You're like, I don't need to be controlled by you. I control myself. I'm the most powerful person in my life. Absolutely. So hang in there, my dear. But, feel free. Yeah. So even more of a jerk, they obviously don't want to tell you. That's not an emotional, mature adult. That's a child. Children tell each other, "Blah, blah, 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 blah," right? It's like Harry Potter. Did you watch Harry Potter? Do you know when Harry Potter was, uh, in a fight with Ron Weasley, and they kept on trying to talk through Hermione, and she goes, "I'm not an owl." Just talk to each other, right? You love Harry Potter. Well, that's probably why they brought that one to my mind. So, when you look at that and you're like, "Yeah, that's right." What are we, children? No, we're adults. Come on, act like an adult. And you wanna talk to me? Talk to me. You're trying to talk to me through other people or spreading murmurs or, you tell them they said that. I'm not an owl. So, hopefully that helps. So hang in there, my dear. You will survive this. I guarantee it. All right. So we got Ankita in the house. Hey, Ankita, and Spiritual Soul as well. We will get you guys on the free list here. Whoa. Simmer down, brother Z. All right, there we go. So I've got about 10 free readings left. So hang in there, everybody. We'll get there. Cheers, cheers, everybody. You're welcome, softly. All right. So we got Chelsea up next. Chelsea, hello, hello. Here's your timestamp. And you've been feeling very meh lately. Haven't been very social with anyone, including Jay. You'd like to know his thoughts on if he's felt the distance and if he thinks I've lost interest or just focused on yourself or both. Let's see here. So let's take a look here. Oh, thank you. Does he think you've lost interest or are you just focused on yourself? Oh, who knows? Who knows? Because we got the 9 of air, the 9 of swords here. Hey, Chelsea. And, the 9 of swords is this. They've got their own fears going on. Oh, you said you sent in a paid one? Oh, let's see here. Did it come through here yet? Oh, it's probably on its way. Um, yeah, I feel like they feel like you lost interest and you found someone else with this 9 of swords and this ace of pentacles. Um, so I feel like their fear was like, "Oh, I didn't get chosen and you found someone you were more interested in." So he's felt the distance is that you weren't interested in them. But that's the big fear that they have, that comes in with that. So, um, that's the, you know, the kind of the core of where they were at. And and that has like little to do with you and more to do with, you know, um their fears, that, they had there. So, all right. Yep. Now, okay. So now it came through over here. So that was your little mini one there. Your internet was like, that's right. I see it now. So we'll give that a love and a like there, Chelsea. And we'll get you added on to the donations. So we'll dive deeper in here. So let's see here. 441.30 is for your donation. And we'll dive deeper here. No, this was one of his biggest fears is being rejected, like all of us, right? That 9 of swords, ace of pentacles is they feel like you weren't interested in them and that you found someone else. And so you're curious if he's dating anyone. Let's see if he did move on, and we'll dive deeper into that here. So let's take a look here. So has he moved on? Has he found someone else? All right, and I do want this one too. All right, what do we got here? The energy on the bottom feels here with this Queen of Pentacles or Queen of Earth, they call it. And this one that's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Could be he's nurturing himself. Let's see here. Has he moved on to someone else? We got the Queen of Fire here as well. Let me see what these other cards are. On the Queen of Air, the 5 of Water. Wow, I feel like he's gone through. Let's see what this other one is here. And the Judgment card. Judgment card is like this calling. What's this underlying energy? Oh my god, and the Empress. I feel here, so we've got the underlying energy is the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. The underlying energy under all these others is the Empress, which is like Mother Nature, Mother Nurture too. So I feel like right now they're more concentrated on themselves. They're focusing on this. But I feel like when they felt like you moved on to someone else, they tried talking to this Queen of Fire, which is, you know, um, someone that was very fiery and, more physical, energetic attraction energy. It didn't work out. They didn't, I don't feel like they even met in person. It was just like, I feel like they were a little too fiery for him. They were a little too about, just wanting passion and sex and whatever. And they were like, all right, whatever. a little too strong. And then they met someone, then they talked to someone else. Yeah, I would reach out because this queen of air, this person that they thought was like, "Oh, this person seems like a good match." Nope. 5 of cups, 5 of water, sorrow, sadness, disappointment. They're like, "Nope, they sure weren't." And the judgment card is like this, like, "I'm looking for someone different. I'm looking for a higher calling," kind of energy. So they're kind of, it feels like they went through like 2 people since, when whatever happened between when whatever happened between the 2 of you. They talked to one person and then they talked to this other one and they were like, oh my god." So, it it would be good. They're like, "Oh, I'm so glad that you reached back out to me because they might have new appreciation for you." Renewed and expanded appreciation because 'cause they're like, "Oh my god." So, it's feeling good there. I don't feel like there's, anyone there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too with the Oracle of the Rift Walker. Since you had a $5 donation, you get one of these, $5 plus, and you have the Broken Antler. Oh, boo doo boo doo boo. Number 11. And it says, "What once made you strong cannot come with you." Ooh, let's take a look here. So the invocation of this is, "I was your crown, your armor, your weight. You leaned on me, grew into me, called me yours. But I was never meant to stay. I break not to punish, but to free." So the broken antler marks the moment when a once needed strength, identity, or dependency must be released. Like the stag that sheds its antlers after the season turns, you're being called to let go of something you once depended on to survive, to fight, or to be seen. Antlers are a source of power, protection, dominance, visibility, but they're temporary. They must fall for new ones to grow, and you must learn who you are without them. I feel like this Met energy that you had, this kind of, um, is that, finding that you don't need anyone out there, that you are who you're needing, but that this energy that you felt was giving you the time to release some things so that you could kind of come back around. Number 11 is like to take things to a higher level. So this may be a relationship that once felt essential, a belief that once held your world together, a habit, persona, or emotional crutch that defined you during hardship. This card says you're no longer who you were when you built this. You do not need what you once needed, and it's time to lay it down. The shadow energy around this card says, in shadow, this card reveals the pain of letting go, clinging to outdated tools of self protection, confusing comfort with growth, mistaking the end of one version of power for powerlessness. So you may feel exposed, off balance, or less than without your former supports. But this brokenness is holy. It is the clearing ground. What you release now will return truer, lighter, more aligned. Wow. 3 reflection questions. Uh, what have I been carrying that was once empowering, but now weighs me down? Can I love what once protected me without needing to keep it? And what might emerge in the space left behind? Interesting, because it kind of felt like you left them behind, and now what can emerge in that space? Interesting. So I really feel like if you're like, well, I'm not sure if I should reach out or not now, I would. I would anyway, because one, if you don't, you'll always wonder what if. And it's good just to ask and if they're like, oh yeah, I found someone, I this or no, I'm not, blah, blah, blah. You're like, all right, thank you. It's information. Thank you. It doesn't mean anything about your worth. Your worth remains unfaltered in our entire life because our worth isn't impacted by anything in the outside world. We're priceless. When we come down here, we're priceless throughout our entire lives. We're priceless when we return back and fully connect with our higher self. So it doesn't define us, but it's information. And then you'll know. And then you can either, if they're interested, you move forward. If not, you go and you pursue your new adventure, right? Yeah. I mean, I feel like honest and direct, say, hey, sorry I disappeared. I just had this meh kind of feeling in my life. And, but I feel like I'm back above the surface. So, sorry for, disappearing. How are you? Whatever. And if they respond, you go from there. I feel like honesty is just like, we don't have to explain. We don't have to over explain and try to make anything happen with their emotions because they're going to feel what they're going to feel and kind of go through what they're going to go through. But it's like, you know, we can just say, this is what I was going through, briefly. Um, but what are you up to? How are you? And if then you can just go with what their reply is. Just enjoy the adventure. No expectations, not worrying about what they are thinking, what they're not thinking, blah, blah, blah. They'll tell you, you know. As you get older, you just stop worrying about crap. Can you tell? But that's from spirit, not from me anyway. But I can resonate with that. Yeah, what are we worried about so much for? Just be real and they'll be real back. They'll tell you who they are. And that's good. So enjoy. Just do it. Do it right now. Like maybe it's a bit late, but yeah, just do it and then because otherwise we spend so much energy wondering what if, what if, what if. It's like, yeah, just do it, send it, and then, especially if it's a text, and it's just like then we can move forward and converse or move on to next, like Ariana Grande, right? Next. All right. Yeah. Well, if you haven't been responding to them and engaging with them, they might, like I said, f- feel you lost interest in them. He could also have ADHD, which if you're not present in their life, they tend to forget as well. Yeah, you're doing the same thing. It's like, oh, maybe he lost interest. Well, maybe they think we lost interest. So that only one way to find out. Say, hey. And if they have lost interest, then they'll let you know, and that's good. Either way, it's a win-win. It's like, thank you, goodbye, or thank you. Let's start chatting again. The problem is this thing here. We're like, oh, if they say this means this about me. No, just information. And that's what I want. You are very welcome. Enjoy, Chelsea. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So I think that was it for the donation. So we'll jump back into the free readings here. We got, oops, space there. Here there is. All right. So Maria Scorpio, you are up. So Maria, here you are. And as you know, Philippe has been flirting around with different women. How to heal from this relationship, how to find yourself again. All right, let's take a look here. What advice does Spirit have for you? How to heal from this relationship. Yep, you got the Judgment card. This is about connecting to your higher self. One thing that helps is instead of looking backwards, look forwards, that when we're focusing on, oh, this and that, and all of our energy is focusing on what is lost and what they did and what they didn't do, what they said and what they didn't say. And we just keep ourselves in the loop when we're realizing, you know what, there's something more for me out there. There's something more for me in the future. Um, and the more we look at that their actions and whatever were more about them than ever about us, we detach our worth from them. And that's an important thing here. A lot of my podcasts, if you haven't checked out The Easier Path, the link is down in the description area, or if you go to my main page, the on YouTube, the playlist link is at the top. There's a lot about that. It gives us tools about releasing and realizing who we are and burning away our old thoughts and beliefs of how we've been defining ourselves by the outside world. There's a lot of that there. Um, yeah, how do you find yourself? Queen of the earth, Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. You make yourself more important. You do nurture yourself. You don't um you don't try to fix anything out there. You go in here and you go, why am I defining myself by other things? But it is all about nurturing yourself, giving yourself love. That's how you find yourself again. How we lose ourself is we define ourself by the outside world, right? Because we're looking for ourselves out there while all along we're in here. That's why we feel lost, because we're out there um, thinking that our worth is somewhere out there, like we're told, right? But our worth is in here. And that's an important thing. The Judgment card is about, connecting with our higher self, remembering who we really are. And, there's just so much, free wise, like I said, my podcast, great resource. That Spirit, we talk about my drama and trauma, other people's experiences as well, why the humans do what we do to give us some human understanding, but also Spirit's perspective and tools from Spirit to make our path an easier path. Then there's other books too. I think I mentioned some of them in these podcasts. We got The Path to Love by Deepak Chopra is an amazing book that helped me when I was trying to find myself again after all my heartbreaks, all those wonderful adventures. Um, and that's a good place to start. The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins, an amazing book. But it's about going in here and understanding why I'm defining myself by the outside world and how I can redefine myself um, is the huge thing, because we're going to feel our feels, but if we spend all of our time trying to understand why they did what they did, to me, we transform it. And why did I want all these experiences to happen for me to set me free? Because that's what I learned with all my relationships is all of them were mirrors pointing me back to me, how I felt about myself until I saw it. And then I realized, I felt disrespected in different ways by all the relationships. And I realized it's because I didn't respect myself. And once I found my self respect, I didn't need those mirrors anymore. Hallelujah. So hang in there, my dear. I know, I know. Sometimes, especially when we've defined ourselves by someone else's actions towards us in the beginning, when we felt they were interested, we're like, oh, they love me. I'm lovable because they tell me I'm lovable. when they stop acting like they were because they got what they wanted and they're going into their human fight or flight and doing all sorts of crappy stuff, right? We're like, "Oh, no, that must mean I'm not lovable. I need them to validate me again." And we become kind of attached. I need them to validate me. I need them to apologize to me. I need them to love me. We don't. All that emotion of wonderfulness came from inside us. That love that we felt was us loving ourselves because of how someone was treating us. We don't need them to feel that again. We can generate that inside here. So I know that's kind of deep, but hopefully that all that might help a little bit there, Maria. Hang in there. You're not alone. But there's a lot of free materials, and then those other things I mentioned might be able to help, step by step back in remembering who you really are. So hang in there, my dear. So many blessings to you. Getting wheezy, probably because it's freezing outside right now. We had snow today here in Colorado. Yeah, I know. The first week of May. Sometimes we even get it the last week of May. But it's been 50, 60, 70 degrees. Next week, we're going to get up to 80 degrees before it drops again, probably. But all right. So we will move on. Got just Alice is up 5 hours and 44 seconds. So there you are, Alice. So you want to know Kyle versus Luca's situation with other girls' thoughts, feelings, intentions towards you. Okay. So let's see here. Kyle and Luca. So Kyle is still looking for this dream come true. We always talked about them here, this seeing things from this, illusion, this unobtainable, look at my dream come true. So I feel like they're still looking at that mirage kind of energy with Kyle. Lucas's 10 of Earth, 10 of Pentacles. This is this abundance, this relationship energy. So Lucas's, um, the 10 of Earth here, um, is they're more relationship oriented. I feel like they're more down to earth and more reasonable. They don't have this outrageous expectations energy. I feel they are sincerely looking for family and this kind of energy. Um and with a free reading, I can't really dive a whole lot into all of this stuff with two cards, but I feel like overall Kyle is still up in the clouds looking for someone to fulfill that. Doesn't I don't feel like they're I feel like they've compartmentalized their emotions because that's Aquarius energy, which they will put emotions in like a little container. So I don't feel like they're really offering that. Where this Lucas with this 10 of Pentacles feels, like I said, it's more down to earth, more kind of Venus Taurus energy, senses and sensory, and looking to build a foundation in the outside world. But it's still an energy of like I'm trying to find someone like to be, to have as a wife, and and have children, and the all the position that someone needs to have. I need to fill this position in my life, right? And so I feel like it's more of like a job search, it's like I own a company and I'm trying to get someone to, fill a position rather than I'm in love with you and I want you to be, I want to see where this goes. It feels like more of a search to get someone to fill that position, right? It's like, I don't know why there's this, like these ladybugs, right? It's like, we'll get the ladybugs and put them in the garden because they eat away the aphids or these things and they help the plants. It's like, so it's more of a position kind of energy with that. It's interesting. You know, I learned a lot from looking at the relationships and going, you know, what I feel like they are wanting, how am I looking at relationships that way? And mirrors always for us. Is there anything that you're gleaning how we feel like their behaviors are? How do we behave that way? One, towards ourselves, two, towards the relationship, towards relationships, and even three, towards that person. But we can learn a lot about, what we think we're seeing reflected from other people. How does that pertain to ourselves? I feel like that's the big kind of, I was gonna say outtake, but that's not an outtake is something different. A takeaway. So hopefully that helps, Alice. So that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. Hey, Krabby Kaka. Happy haha. I'll add you on to the free reading list here. All right. And then we've got Gracie 50531. So, Gracie, a message from Spirit for you. Let's take a look here. This one and this one. You've got the Page of Water, the Six of Air. So I do feel here the Six of Air, the Six of Swords is about like letting go of some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and looking at things from a different perspective. That change of how you're looking in with this Page of Cups and this does kind of feel like it's like love related in a way because this Page of Cups is like the pursuit of a higher love that's coming in here. And it's like, it feels like I've been in rough emotional waters for a while. And it's like I'm tired of white water rafting in relationships, right? And I'm like, all right, I'm going to question some of these expectations of what I think a relationship is supposed to be because that's what creates the feeling like life is being sucked out of things. And when we have these expectations, we start focusing on all the things that are not happening, what they're not saying, what they're not doing. And all that does is suck the life out of the relationship and the interactions. And the lack grows and grows and grows. And I like this because it's like I'm learning to not focus on that, but look at things from a higher perspective. What am I grateful for in what someone is doing? What am I grateful for in love that I have and what I have had? I draw in that grows and expands. And the more I'm focusing on all that wonderful, what I love about someone, then not focused on, oh, they didn't do this, they didn't say that, because who wants to be, especially if it comes out of our mouth, it's in here, our energy's already creating that. Even if we don't say anything, our energy is growing the lack because we're focusing in on what's lacking, right? But the more I focus and just kind of step out of that, then it changes things. It does allow it to grow. So I feel like you're in the midst of kind of identifying those, creating a new mindset that moves you from choppy waters to calmer waters, which can bring you and because it's helping you raise your love vibration instead of doing what you've always did and end up with what you've always gotten. You're changing that. You'll draw in a relationship and experiences and individuals that match the higher vibration instead of the that's there. So hopefully that helps, Gracie. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. So many blessings. Then Divine Soul, you are up. There we are. So what are his real intentions and feelings for you? All right, let's take a look here. Right now, what is his real feelings and real intentions? Or real intentions, real feelings? Mm, you know, We do have the 8 of Cups, the 3 of Swords, 3 of Air. The 8 of Cups is about walking away from relationships and emotions that don't, you know, support anymore, that don't serve me anymore. And the 3 of Swords, it's the expectations equal disappointment, but it's the heartbreak kind of energy here. So I feel like they're real feelings. I mean, they have real feelings there, but I feel like they have fear that they're going to fail. And wherever that's coming from, long held beliefs from when they were growing up, anything communicated about what they're not doing, how they're failing, and, you don't text me enough, you don't do this, you don't do that. Anything along those lines, they're just like, oh God, this means I'm failing and I'm going to get rejected. So I'll reject first. So they've got this energy. The more they feel like the higher risk that they're gonna fail, which I feel like has been growing and growing and growing. Don't know if you guys you've been having more arguments lately. It just feels like there's this conflict, at least inside of their brain, that they feel like they're gonna fail. I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna fail. I'd rather bail than have someone reject me. Because if someone rejects me, that means I'm a failure and I'm a loser and da da da. So if I'm not going to be successful, I will jettison myself out first. I feel like that's where they're headed right now in the energy of this moment. Um, Especially if you guys just argued today or something along those lines. But but it feels like kind of that energy is what's kind of hanging out right now. And that's the thing about the future. It fluctuates. They could have had a bad day when we check in on someone's energy, you know, and they could have a good night's sleep and maybe they're feeling sick today. Maybe they drank too much, whatever it may be. They could wake up in the morning feeling like life is different, but the energy of right now kind of feels like they're in this. I feel like the focus is on what I'm doing wrong, not what I'm doing right. And so I'm kind of looking at an exit plan in the moment, at least. So hopefully that helps, Divine Soul. That is what is coming in. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got JoJo. Hey, JoJo. Here is your timestamp for your free question. Thank you for your donations earlier. So you want to know, why did she unfollow you? How rude. Triggered, or like, why am I following her, or something else? Curious. You're so funny. Let's shuffle these up. See what we got here. So why did she unfollow you? These three? All right. I don't feel triggered here. We got the 10 of Earth, the 10 of Pentacles, which is an ending energy, and the Ace of Air, just with clarity, and the 3 of Fire, 3 of Wands, choosing to go a different direction with information. Something about, this is relationship energy, the 10 of Pentacles. So it feels interesting here because it feels like something that they learned about you, not like history or anything like that, just like something that, what is this? Something that didn't coincide with like their approach, how they, you know, do things. They're like, oh, this wouldn't be a good match. And I'm just going to go a different direction kind of energy. So I don't feel like it was not a why am I following her, and not a like a triggered either. It just feels like, oh, okay. Feel like their whatever motivation they had, they just kind of felt like, oh, you wouldn't be interested in me then. So I'm just gonna unfollow. Because I somehow, what is this? I guess maybe it is triggered in a little bit because it feels like not, not rejected, like, oh, you rejected me, but like, I feel like you would end up rejecting me. So I'm going to just opt out now kind of energy. It doesn't have to be romantic or whatever, but I feel like they just, whatever this, and it does feel like kind of triggered, but not by you. It feels like an old trigger of your situation remind them of a past situation, and they're like, "Oh, just avoid that. I'm just gonna kinda step away," kind of energy. So it wasn't, like, necessarily you, but it's the projection of a past thing they put, you know, not on you, but it's like that's how our little inner child works, right? It looks at the current situation, looks back and goes, "What is this similar to? Oh, it's kinda similar to this. Oh god, that's how it's gonna end up. Let's just step out of that." And it's like, "What?" There's no guarantee that's where it was gonna go, but their little inner child projected, "Failure." So, that's where they went. So, hopefully that helps, Jojo. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then plate of spaghetti. You are up. Here is your timestamp. Oh, maybe there's your timestamp. Hey, Jamie, Jamie. All right. So plate of spaghetti. William's energy towards you right now. Is he really gone for good? Let's take a look here. Let me shuffle these up while I crunch my cough drop here. So sorry. I won't do it in the microphone this time. All right. So William's energy towards you right now. Wilbur. All right. Is he really gone for good? Well, we got the 3 of Cups energy here. And the 10 of Earth, the 10 of Pentacles too. So this 3 of Cups energy. I mean, it's interesting because the 3 of Cups and the 10 of Earth, 10 of Pentacles. 10 of Pentacles is like a relationship energy, fullness of life energy. And the 3 of Cups can be joy, but it also can be third party, kind of energy. And I don't know, this just feels, let me pull another clarifier in here because I don't know. Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of Wands, which is, you know, a change of direction, going a different direction than they had anticipated or, you know, uh, had intended to go, you know. I don't know. I feel here with this energy, and we talked a little bit about him, right? I feel like spirit wants to take a little side note here, little, footnote that they have a lot of fears and uh, a lot of fears of expectations, right? Of not meeting up to someone's expectations, which they had in their head long before they met you, right? And they just think everyone has these expectations. And when they feel like they're failing it, or that there's a big chance they will opt out and go a different direction because they would rather they be the ones that leave than feel less than and rejected, because failure to them means I'm a failure in everything. There's like it's all or nothing, right? Black and white world, kind of what they live in with how they grew up, at least for now. And so it's either all or nothing. And I feel like they're like, oh, this is going to fail. I'm out. kind of energy, and I feel like they don't go back. I feel like they, because 'cause they're like, "That's just a trap. I'm not gonna go back to that." And I feel like this is their pattern, and I feel like they've already have an interest here of another relationship because they don't take time to reflect. I feel like they're just like, "All right, who's gonna be next? Who's gonna be next? Who's gonna be next?" Because if I stop and I have reflection, "Oh god, I have to look at myself," kind of energy. So, it does feel like this is over, and that's, I know it's tough. I know that's, not our fun adventures as humans. I went through several myself, but, the thing, we do survive, we do learn and grow from them eventually. I know I was a serial monogamist. I went from relationship to relationship as they cheated on me, and then the next one cheated on me, and um, third one treated me, disrespectful. Number 4 cheated. Number 5, it's like eventually when I paused and looked back at my relationships, then I grew. But until then, I just kept inviting the same mirrors, showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw them. And that's what they're kind of doing, as well as you, as well as any one of us. So we can learn a lot to go, what did I learn through this experience? Because tired of doing what I've always done, getting what I've always gotten. I know I was, all these mirrors. And then there's freedom that comes through it as well. But so yeah, based on this energy right now, it does feel like they're looking for a relationship where someone won't have any very low expectations on them. But the whole thing is, they're up here in their head, they're projecting on other people, so until they do that self-reflection, they're gonna keep repeating that same cycle, right? But right now, it does feel as if they've gone a different direction, but, you know, what are you gonna do? So, hang in there, spaghetti, but that's what they have for you right now, my dears, so many blessings to you. Alright, so I do have just 4 free readings left, so we still have Healing Sparsh, Ankita, Spiritual Soul, and Krabi Kaka. We will get to you guys here. I do have a donation, so we're gonna step, into that one here for a moment, and then we will come back to you guys and finish that out. Alright. So, thank you for your patience, everybody. So, Jamie, we're at 5 hours and 22 minutes and 1 second. So, here's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like. So, your new manager, M, is very manipulative, and he starts screaming matches with one particular coworker. Oh, how fun. He minimized your contribution to the department and belittled in front of your coworkers. He helped. Oh, I don't think I have your full question here. So let me delete that timestamp there. I'll come back to you. As soon as I see your full question there, I will. Oh, there it goes. So he helped this girl get hired with no experience. And what we do, I want to know, has any of your coworkers filed a formal complaint and will be leaving? All right, so that's your full question there. All right, so let's do 52303 instead here. There we go. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, so have any of your coworkers filed a formal complaint? Okay, boom, boom, boom. And then will any be leaving? All right. The bottom of the deck, we do have the page of air, the page of swords, which does talk about new clarity coming around this. So I do feel like there's going to be definitely new information coming around all this. That does feel like there's gonna be HR involved, kind of energy. Here comes HR. Let's see here. Have they been filed complaint? Oh, will M be leaving? Okay, I get you. Let's see here. Anyone filed a complaint? We have the death and rebirth card here. I do feel someone is leaving here, and they'll mention it in their exit interview with this death card. We have the star card coming in here. This one, and I do feel like there's 3 people that mention, formal complaints. This star card, this feels like an Aquarius energy, which is the old ways don't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work here. And they're I feel like it's an unemotional, complaint, you know? Aquarius energy, they can compartmentalize their emotions and so very factual, formal complaint. And then the 9 of fire. The 9 of wands is someone that wants to, that's holding back. So I do feel like one exit interview, one person did do a formal complaint, someone that's holding back for right now, but I feel like it's a matter of time before they also submit something. Is that you? Yeah. You're like, yes, but maybe. Will M be leaving based on these energies? 2 of water, 2 of cups. I don't feel like they'll be leaving with that. I feel like they will more likely, it feels like, because it's emotional choice, and I feel like there's some training or something that they're going to make it a choice of them to either get written up or, to put a plan together on how they're gonna change their behavior, or they can leave kind of energy, you know? So I feel like they're gonna give them the choice, and right now the choice hasn't been made because the investigation, of course, isn't in their face yet. So there's a lot of stuff that has to happen first that comes in here. But, like anger management classes, like that movie Anger Management. Do you remember what was seeing that with, Jack Nicholson and, oh, what's his face? I can see his face. He's the one that sings the Hanukkah song. Adam Sandler, right? I think it was him. When they sang, "I Feel Pretty, Oh So Pretty," he makes them sing it in the car together. But I like that. This could help them grow through all that, but, um but I don't feel like it's been determined yet that they will be leaving because they will be given a choice, and that still has the power of choice. That's coming in with all that. Of course, all the stuff that happens, you know, is a great reflection for us. So, you know, it's like when we look and we go, that person's very manipulative. We can ask ourselves, how is my mind very manipulative to me? Am I very manipulative or slightly manipulative? I can't even say it. Am I that way anywhere in the outside world? It's not accusatory, it's reflection. It's not to go, "Oh, you were doing this," it's, "Oh, wow. I'm seeing this, so, you know, always it's for me." That's the thing I've learned the most, and one of the big things in life anyway is when I'm seeing it out there somewhere, it can be existing inside of me, so I use that opportunity. Instead of investing my energy out here where I can't control any of that, I come in here to see, "Oh, they're very manipulative and they don't know it maybe. Well, how am I maybe what am I unaware of, right?" But it's good energy. How do I start screaming matches with myself in here? Or how do I start screaming matches in my head with them? Right? So some good reflection comes from it all too. And when he minimized your contributions to the department, did I have I minimized my contributions to the department in my own head? Have I belittled myself? And, um, you know, so there is this, how am I empowering others over my own self-worth, right? So it's always a great reflection, that we can learn and grow from. So just a side note, outside of your question there that they wanted to share. Your fortune cookie is change, which says, falling leaves do not signify the end, but the beginning of a fruitful season. Interesting. Falling leaves do not signify the end, but the beginning of a fruitful season. Nice. So that is what they have for you, Jamie. Hopefully that helps, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we have Healing Sparsh. You are up 530.03. So Healing Sparsh, here is your timestamp. So you want to know, will Asif reach out to you for an open and honest communication regarding his feelings for you, right? Based on current energies, will they reach out? Oh, well, I guess they will. It'll come suddenly. You have the Eight of Wands, Eight of Fire, which is like out of nowhere. Psh, here it comes. And the Knight of Cups, of course, is movement of emotion, uh, my heart feelings, romance. Maybe they'll break out in song even. Probably not. But wouldn't that be cool? Oh my God, you made a song about me? But I do feel like it'll come sporadically out of nowhere, like unexpectedly, like I said. So you're like, whoa, whoa, oh, hello. I just need to tell you something. What? So I like that for you. And that's what they have. So many blessings too. And I feel like it's going to be soon. The Eight of Wands is fast and sudden kind of energy. So I feel like it's going to be coming up soon. Right. So many blessings to you. You're welcome, Jamie. All right. And Kita, you are up 531.21. Whoops. So in Kita, here's your timestamp. And your friend Nina removed you as an Insta friend after an argument. Oh, how adult. What kind of piece? Oh, okay. What kind of person she is? Should I even think about her? Let's take a look here. She's human. So when a human goes into fight or flight mode, we do act like children. Don't we? Don't we? We have the Elder of Air, which is the King of Swords, and the Nine of Water, the Nine of Cups. And I do feel like Nine of Cups for me, um, for your reading anyway, usually it's like full of emotion, emotional dream come true, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like they're they have emotional flow, but they also can get into their head and overthink things and have a lot of stories in their head about what things mean, and this means this about me, and when you said that, this means this, and then they go into they have like these strong emotional stories to all of these mental stories, just like every human. But I feel like they feel like they kind of had a traumatic kind of childhood, because to feel things so big and to be act so dramatically, there is no drama in life, because every human perfectly expresses the fear and pain and stuff inside of them perfectly to the outside world. They perfectly do it. So the extensiveness that they expressed is how they felt on the inside. Doesn't have anything really to do with you. This has to do with their triggers on the inside. Um, and you can't do the work for them. In fact, I probably would just spend the time looking at, what did you learn about yourself through this situation? And then after you've reflected on why, an argument takes two people, right? An argument means two people went into their childness and had a child fight or a cat fight, right? Because when our inner child feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, ring alarms go off, our intelligent, loving, compassionate side booted. Then we revert back to the age at which the original wound that got triggered within us, what age it was, with our little pet hissing cat along with us, right? So we hiss and attack, hiss and run away, or hiss and attack and then run away. And we realize when there's an argument, it takes two people to argue, two children in humans' bodies, because our inner children are reacting. That's why we fight. An adult to an adult don't fight. It's when we revert to a child is when we fight. Man, why are you doing this? So you can learn about what fear was ignited within me. Why did I argue back? Because if I sit in love, I learned this being a manager over escalated call lines for a company where you learn if I stay calm and someone's calling in, "Rah," if I stay calm and don't react to them because I'm realizing they don't know me, they're just spouting out, even though like, what can you do besides nothing? Blah 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 blah. Well, I'd appreciate the opportunity to hear where you're coming from and see what I can do if you'd like. Rah, 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 rah. They get less and less escalated. And eventually, with one side staying calm, the person feels like they're so extreme. Eventually, especially if they're validated, their emotions are validated, they will come down to a calm level. And I found I had so many people apologize to me by the end of our phone calls because if it got up to me, it went through a representative on the floor, then to my representative, then to my coach, and then to me. They've been at that point, "I'm so sorry that I said the things I did." I'm like, "I understand," you know? And that's the whole thing. People in fear, and if we stay calm, so we didn't stay calm. Why didn't we? There was something triggered inside of us. So you can learn your side, and because that's the first step. If we just try to make up with someone, we're just gonna trigger again later, but it's important to get to the trigger of what happened so I don't trigger again, and that's a great way to start a conversation with someone in vulnerability going, "Hey, do you have time to talk? I realized why I was freaking out, and I'd like an opportunity to apologize and talk about what happened." Because I do honor you and I respect our friendship. If that's how we feel. If we're like, "I don't care to ever talk to him again," you don't have to, but at least learn from the situation, right? Alright. That's what they have for you, Ankita. Many blessings to you. Alright. Spiritual soul, you are up. 537, 15. All right. There we go. So, can you expect some amount, chick, 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 from Mr. Nayak by this month as I feel he's cheating out of money? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, shuffle these up once here. Can you expect a certain amount of money? So, based on the current energies and choices, let's see what we got here. Yeah, the 7 of Waters, 7 of Cups. It's a lot of different emotional energies here. You got the 7 of Pentacles too, which is a patience card. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But the Sun card is a very abundant energy. I feel like with these sevens here, I don't feel like uh by this month I feel like for some reason 7/7 coming in here, July 7th or the month of July feels like is when the fruit comes in. I feel like they have some stuff going on, some emotional conflict, something that's going on in their life that's making it difficult for them. I don't necessarily feel like they're cheating out of money as much as they have a very emotional experience happening that's causing them. They might even have. Oh, there's someone that's sick kind of energy that's coming in. They don't share it openly, but I feel like they're, like, needing to help a relative or a family member, spouse, someone that's going through something very big medically, health-wise, that feels like they're, this is the most urgent, important thing, and I don't feel like they're trying to cheat anyone out of anything. It feels more emotionally conflicted, and they're just not themselves right now. So, I kind of feel like that's where it's coming from based on current energy. It's 7/7 or the month of July. Something you can do, of course, is, you know, focus on gratitude for what they have given you. Um, and then that allows more to come in. When we're focusing on what someone is not bringing in, then it makes it take longer to come in. The more grateful for we are of what we do have and what we this person has given us, then that can draw it in. There's actually one of my it's actually up above. If you look further up in the list, you'll see the easier path adventure 14 abundance where it be. It'll be under Sab's reading in the little pinned comments. You can check that out, and it has some great information on things we can do to help draw abundance in. I'll put it out here in the chat too, in case you're watching right now. But that might help as well. So that's what they got for you right now, spiritual soul. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Krabby Kaka, 54043, or Happy Haha. So here's your timestamp and a reading on your love life. All right. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about love? Get that one and this one. Got the Queen of Air and the Page of Water. Wow, I do love this for you because it's a higher love with the Page of Cups and the Queen of Air, Queen of Swords. Beautiful energy because it's like someone who's balanced between head and heart. And it's one of my wonderful, compatible, just fits like a glove kind of people that you just match so well on how you think and how you communicate and the emotion, energy that's there as well. I even seen a lot of Queen of Swords. Yeah, it's like this compatible person that fits like a glove in a lot of ways. So they are out there. It is a higher love. So it tells me, what we can do. Um, is this the same guy that you've been talking about? Let's take a look here. I'll put one clarifier here for you. Since you're my last reading for this evening, we'll give you a clarification here. Yeah, I feel like you would know. So if you're like, oh my God, this is the guy, because this high priestess energy talks about past life connections. And the Six of Fire, Six of Wands is like a whoosh. So with these two cards coming out together, you will know who this is because it's like I usually joke that, when you meet someone with all these past life connection energies where you feel like, oh my God, they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt. And you're like, oh my God, this is them. I feel so at home with them, so comfortable. And we both feel it, this draw. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like whoosh kind of energy. And like you feel like, why do I feel like I know them already? I feel so comfortable. I'm sharing things with them that I wouldn't tell anybody, but because you've got this underlying energy underneath the surface, then it feels like it's a higher vibrational love that comes in here. So I like that. So if that's the way you feel, towards them and you're like, oh my gosh, I've spotted the rainbow, then then yeah, then that would say that that's them. But I feel like they're saying here, you'll know it by all these signs of like, drawing to one another. So I like that. How perfect that you've been getting the Queen of Swords and a lot of past life cards too. So boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I mean, like I feel like if you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, this feeling at home, this comfortability, this ease that's around. Um, and like I said, it's just like a drawing energy, that Six of Wands, like two magnets being drawn to one another kind of energy. So I like it. It seems like that is it. Oh, I feel like you'll know. I feel like you'll know. It'll be very obvious. Um, but if you guys take a break, then that's not him. I feel like it's such a strong draw that it's like, no, we won't want to be able to do that. It'll be like neither of you will want to. It'll be such a drawing together. So if it's not this one, then it's going to be even more like, holy crap. So either case, it's a win-win, right? I like it. All right, everybody, I've almost been on for 6 hours, so I'm going to take off and go rest and chill. I'll be back, of course, tomorrow. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday evenings. So I shall return. If you haven't checked out my podcast, here's the most recent podcast, which is Growing the Empathic Gift. If you want to catch up on any of the previous ones, the playlist is down in the description area. If you click on my name, it'll take you to my main channel page, and it'll be at the top of the page there. So, thank you so much. I love the positive energy here too. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. You're all part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys so much. So grateful. And remember, till we see each other again, that every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Dream well. And we'll see you guys soon. Bye. Bye, Krabby Cake. Krabby Cake. Krabby Caca. All right. We'll see you guys.